Hello. 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 Check, check, check. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Oh man, I got something stuck in my throat there for a second. What a way to start. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome back and happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. As we are jumping in for more Expedition 33, Claire Obscure. MP, Cleo, how's it going? John, welcome back. Yes, the English playthrough was on Expeditioner, the normal difficulty. And that is what we are doing. He's asking because this playthrough we're jumping into, in addition to the fact that we are starting New Game Plus, we are going to be playing with the French voiceover dialogue, which I have heard is very, very good, that the French voice actors are just as good, if maybe not a little better in some places, than the English voiceovers. This is something we've done on my channel for a number of different games. We've done Japanese playthroughs, Chinese playthroughs, I think we've done French on another game before, Portuguese. That if we're doing a rerun through a game, we will sample some of the other voiceover act dialogue from different countries. Still some on the to-do list. We still have to do Ghost of Yotei's Japanese playthrough, and the plan was to do Liza P in Italian at some point. But we are here to continue Expedition 33 just because I've been enjoying it so much. I want to re-experience the story. The alternative was that I wanted to re-experience the story soon enough that if we weren't doing this playthrough, then I probably would have gone back through my streams and rewatched all the cutscenes. But rather than doing that, figured we'll jump right back into the game, do the French playthrough, and we'll ramp up the difficulty. And hopefully it should be a significant bump up in difficulty. I would have assumed that the New Game Plus for a game like this should be a decent difficulty bump, in that presumably Sandfall would take into account that it's a massive difference going from being capped to 10,000 damage to not having any cap at all with the painted Pictos that you end up picking up. So between that and bumping it from Expeditioner to Expert, I'm expecting that the difficulty should be fairly significant, if not at least decently noticeable. Obviously, there's other things we could do. We could increase health. They do have the challenge modifiers you can do on the flag. I don't know if you're going to be able to change that at the beginning of the game, but at least at the end of the last playthrough, you could do that. You could make it so your damage is capped, which is interesting because I think isn't one of the caps is it not also 10k, which is just taking off that Pictos? I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. But I know that there's that, and then you can also choose, I think, 100,000 and 1 million. 100,000 would be interesting. Because the thing you run into with you put caps on the damage is that you're basically changing up your playstyle completely. You're going from not being able to rely on any single hit attacks, any single hit skills or gradient attacks, to where then you're going to be focusing purely on multi-hit attacks. So if we changed it so we had a 100k cap, for example, all the attacks and skills that do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or more, those are the ones you're going to want to use, which is kind of fun. I don't know if we're going to do that yet. We'll play it by ear and we'll see how it goes. What I'm hoping for is when we tended to do in the previous playthrough harder areas, or went into areas that were beyond our level, where we were under leveled, I liked that the normal fights were like mini bosses. I liked that every single encounter was a danger and took time to do, where you had to learn their move sets. You weren't able to just go up to them and they were. We mentioned this a few times on the first playthrough. I didn't like going through areas where every single enemy was just trivial and almost felt like a waste of time to me, where you would just enter it. All right, do a single move or a couple moves and then they're dead and you move on. I preferred each enemy to be a more interesting encounter. So I liked the feeling of the simple normal enemies also feeling kind of like mini bosses in their way, and then the boss fights are just harder boss fights. I don't know if it's going to be to that level, but that would be ideal. But the problem is that is the game balanced enough to where do you make the smaller enemies super difficult, and then it makes the bosses like crazy difficult? Or can there be a balance where the bosses are harder but not insanely difficult, and then the normal enemies are still hard encounters to where you got to learn their movesets, you don't just go through it quickly. But that is what we're going to find out. That is what we're here to do. Start New Game Plus. We're going to re-experience the story and hopefully have some challenging fights ahead of us. I've fiddled around with the builds a little bit. I don't really know what to do. I'm not totally sure what I want to do with Minoko. I didn't do it a ton, but I know that our builds were very specific for the final enemies. That is what we did on the last stream in the final playthrough. We fought Simon the Divergent Star, so we had builds set up around him. Specifically, I went the defensive route. We did stick with our primarily defensive critical builds that we had done throughout the game, but maybe a little more precise in the tweaks and how we were going to fight Simon the Divergent Star. And of course, we fought all the rest in the DLC: Endless Tower, Clay Unleashed, the Duolist, the Lampmaster. Funny enough, the Lampmaster, in terms of time to beat, the Lampmaster was the hardest that we actually fought in the Endless Tower amongst the 4 extra DLC paintings. The Lampmaster took the longest to figure out his moves, get through those 5 phases, even compared to Simon Divergent Star. Now, to be fair, I feel like all the previous variants that we had fought with Lampmaster, we may have gotten through too quickly. Maybe that was part of it. I'm not really sure. I don't know. But we talked about the fact that Lampmaster was probably the most psyche crushing of the enemies in the way that his movesets are set up. And then Duelist, Clay Unleash, and Simon the Divergent Star had their own sets of individual challenges. But I think I liked Clay Unleash the best amongst them in terms of interesting movesets, her own unique mechanics. They removed the heal, they put on an invulnerability functionality, and then it felt balanced through her fight as things changed as you went down through her different phases. She didn't have multiple health bars, just different phases as you went down through her. Meanwhile, everybody else had multiple health bars. Simon had 2 different health bars, Duelist had 2 different health bars, and then, of course, the Lampmaster had like 5. Yeah, but very interesting. I can't say that I enjoyed the DLC boss fights too much. We commented that I wish they maybe diversified their arenas a little bit more to make it at least a little more interesting. And then yeah, I mean, compared, I enjoyed, I think, the Endless Tower that came before it a little bit more. I liked the progression and how the arenas changed and all that stuff. But we touched on that a bit at the end of the last game. But yeah, so we finally beat Simon the Divergent Star. That was essentially the last thing we did. We already knocked out all the achievements. We platinumed the game. And now we're moving on to New Game Plus. Not much else to recap in that regard. We did test the waters for New Game Plus. We were seeing, just got a taste of it with the French dialogue. So we have seen the very beginning, the opening cutscene. And I've gone back and changed their outfits because I was setting them up silly outfits just to see if their opening cutscenes when we meet each person would have those unique outfits on. We might still try to do that, but what I didn't know is that we would have the full team with us that we could actually see following us around at the very start of New Game Plus, which is a little unusual, but I've decided to go ahead and switch into some more casual outfits to fit in a little bit better as we go through the opening sequence of Expedition 33 of Clair Obscur. And then when we get to the point where we are meeting them individually, I might change their outfits if we can from the menu, because I want to see to what degree. I feel like I know which cutscenes are. You can kind of tell when they're pre-rendered versus in-game engine. There's not a ton of pre-rendered cutscenes throughout the game, but for all the non-pre-render cutscenes, presumably you could have unique outfits, but I don't know if they have them overwritten for introductory cutscenes. We'll see. But let's go ahead and get started here. Again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, and happy Thursday. One more day till the weekend. I hope all your weeks have been going well. You're all staying healthy, relaxed, staying chill. And as always, of course, don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share, all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go. Thank you, MP.
Quitte à offrir une fleur à une femme, tu devrais peut-être le faire avant qu'elle ne se flétrisse et ne meure.
Qui, la fleur? Ou Sophie?
Ouh, de l'humour noir, Sophie adorerait. Eh, c'est toi qui l'as dit, pas moi. Les autres t'attendent. Tu es censé les aider à préparer le festival.
Pourquoi? Installer 3 tables? Ça va aller.
Oh, tu sembles sous-estimer l'engouement de Lumière pour l'expédition. Il y en a au moins 5, d'accord?
Magnifique.
T'as déjà essayé de lancer avec ton autre bras? Parce que si tu pouvais toucher la peintresse, au moins ça pourrait être utile.
Tu sais, tout passe-temps n'est pas forcément utile. Je profite de mon inutilité d'aujourd'hui, car je serai peut-être utile demain. Bientôt, on fera bien plus que jeter des cailloux.
C'est ce que ceux des autres expéditions disaient aussi.
Tu sais qu'ils ont donné leur vie pour nous montrer la voie, pas vrai?
Oui, je sais. Désolée.
Ouais.
Tu n'aurais pas une fleur à offrir,
Ouais. C'est juste que... j'ignore par où commencer. Après 4 ans de séparation, que veux-tu que je lui dise le jour de son gommage?
C'est à moi que tu demandes ça? J'en sais rien. Le soleil va se coucher, alors... sois direct. Hé, Sophie, ça fait un bail? On pourrait...
Since we are going to be reading, or at least a lot of us are going to be reading the subtitles a lot more than usual, I had removed the blur background, but maybe we should restore that. Let me see real quick. Is it something we can do super quick? Alright, yeah, we can fix it pretty quick. Let's do that. Let's do that. Make it a little bit easier to read. Guess I didn't really notice when we were playing before. Alright, let's get back underway here. Frey, how's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy Thursday. I'll see if we can get the game started back up here. We had an Unreal Engine error right out the gate. Don't like that. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Eh, tu vas quand même pas oublier ta fleur ici, si?
I did forget my flower. Thank you, Mael. Yeah, it's a little trippy. Having a CL and a Mael here together.
Très bien, allons-y. Je t'accompagne. Tu te sens prêt à la revoir?
I say CL.
Oui, je
Alicia.
crois bien.
What the heck? Same thing. All of them are here. We can switch between them, which is definitely very unusual. The idea of having a Gestrel running around in the currently unestablished Lumiere.
J'ai installé ces grappins pour aller plus vite. Sympa, non? Mais le dis pas à ta sœur. J'ai peut-être un peu emprunté les crochets à l'Académie des expéditions. Allez, Gustave, accélère un peu. Sinon, Sophie se sera déjà fait gommer le temps que t'arrives.
Maël.
So we decided to dress up everybody appropriately for this opening scene, since everybody's going to be with us. Why not?
J'arrive pas à croire que Sophie ait déjà 33 ans. Elle a l'air tellement plus jeune que toi.
Merci.
Elle est si populaire qu'elle doit déjà avoir un collier plein de fleurs.
Ouais, très probablement. Quoi?
Tu as l'air tendu.
Oui, je... Oui.
Je sais ce qu'il te faut. Un petit...
Non.
Allez, ça te fera du bien. Tu peux pas aller voir Sophie en faisant une tête pareille. Et si tu gagnes, je te donnerai quelque chose qui te servira avec ton convertisseur de Lumina.
D'accord, tu l'auras voulu.
Ouais!
Ouais.
Il n'y a pas de honte à perdre face à quelqu'un qui est plus fort que toi, tu sais? J'espère que ton convertisseur de Lumina vaut mieux que ta science du combat.
We're gonna go through the lines. Is that it? That might have been it. Oh no, do we... I think we might still... Did we still have the 100 times health turned on? Maybe. Let's do the overcharge. I missed the overcharge. His arm was so cool.
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
Oh, this is gonna take... If we have, if she's got like crazy amplified health, at what point do we move on? Because obviously we don't deplete all of her health. Can I give up? Can I tell her she wins? You win, Mael. You win.
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
All right, let's abandon the battle and see. I'm curious. Is there any way that we can even change it?
Perdu, mais
Oh, okay. All right, that works.
Je t'ai vu sourire.
Okay, you may have lost, but don't feel better. I see that smile.
Allons voir Sophie. Je l'ai vue près de l'arbre rouge et blanc.
Oui.
Actually, now I'm curious. Is it applied? I don't know. I don't know. Is that something that would have been brought over from New Game? The last game? Oh, maybe we should double check because there's no flag. I'm assuming we're gonna fight that that what is it? The mime? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I'm curious. We'll know if it's just an expert thing or fighting Mael with 100 times thing. I don't remember if we disabled this last time. So let's turn off the health multiplier and see if that makes a difference. We do have the different weapon setup. I don't know if that made a difference. It's possible. But I'd rather be safe than sorry, especially if we're going to try to take down the mime.
Très bien, allons-y. Je t'accompagne. Tu te sens prêt à la revoir?
Oui, je crois bien.
J'ai installé ces grappins pour aller plus vite. Sympa, non? Mais le dis pas à ta sœur. J'ai peut-être un peu emprunté les... Allez, Gustave, accélère un peu. Sinon, Sophie se sera déjà fait gommer le temps que t'arrives.
Maëlle.
J'arrive pas à croire que Sophie ait déjà 33 ans. Elle a l'air tellement plus jeune que toi.
Merci.
Elle est si populaire qu'elle doit déjà avoir un collier plein de fleurs.
Ouais. Très...
Hmm,
Quoi?
You really are able to skip some of the dialogue, aren't you?
Tu as l'air tendu.
Oui,
Je sais ce qu'il te faut.
Non.
Allez, ça... Et...
D'accord.
You have no
Ouais.
choice. Which is kind of interesting, considering this is supposed to be like a tutorial. That you would think that it would give you an option. Oh yeah. that's definitely what it was. We just gave Maëlle 100 times health. That's all it was.
T'as gagné. Avoue que tu te... Bon. Allons voir Sophie. Je l'ai vue près de l'arbre rouge et blanc.
Oui.
But yeah, I don't know if there would have been a way that we could have adjusted it. So we would have been screwed from fighting the
La place est
mime.
bondée. J'ai toujours du mal à comprendre pourquoi les gens fêtent le gommage. Mais après tout...
Or maybe not. It would just would have taken a very long time.
L'arbre rouge et blanc. Je l'ai toujours trouvé si beau. J'ai un peu du mal à comprendre. Vous avez rompu il y a longtemps, Sophie et toi. Mais manifestement, tu l'aimes encore. Alors, pourquoi avoir attendu aujourd'hui pour lui parler? Tu crois pas que c'est un peu tard? Sophie est là, en bas.
Oui, je sais.
Bonne chance. Je suis là pour toi si ça se passe pas comme prévu.
Merci.
Thought you said you were waiting. And how did you change so fast?
Ces derniers jours ont été merveilleux.
On peut parler?
Gustave. Je vous aime tous.
C'est pourtant... si t'as de la place.
Il y en a toujours.
Tu sais
Tu
que...
m'as manqué.
Pardon.
Tu
Toi
n'avais
aussi.
pas... D'accord.
Toi d'abord.
Non, toi.
Tu sais ce que je ressens et j'aurais aimé que... Tu sais, je me dis souvent qu'à un autre endroit, ou bien à une autre époque...
Tu n'arrives toujours pas à finir tes phrases, hein?
Non, ça n'a pas changé.
Ça m'a manqué. Je ne t'ai jamais reproché de vouloir y croire. Toi, tu te bats. Pour changer les choses. Je comprends. C'est juste... Dans un autre monde. Pas vrai?
Nous briserons le cycle, pour qu'elle ne vole plus jamais l'avenir de personne.
Seuls les gens têtus peuvent changer le monde. Et tu es la personne la plus têtue que je connaisse. Merci. Tu m'accompagnes jusqu'au port?
Oui.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I don't know. It makes me wonder. Again, we talked about this a little bit because we know this is being adapted, and there has been some talk that this probably would have made a better TV show adaptation than a movie. And I think it's a movie. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it's a movie, but yeah, we did touch briefly on subject brought up that he didn't think Sophie was developed enough. And he might be right. I mean, having this beginning part maybe could be a little more meaningful if we were able to see their relationship a little bit more. Or maybe got to know Sophie a little bit more. I'm not sure how you would do it. The only thing I could think of is if, like, you had a TV show, maybe if you had an hour or a 2-hour opening episode, maybe you could have some more character development for someone like Sophie and Gustav, getting to know them more. Honestly, that would aid in Gustav and his, eventual demise. It would help with him, I think, too, to get to know his character more and see him around with these people more. Make his loss even more impactful. But yeah, like, getting to know Sophie a little bit more could be helpful. But that's the only thing I can think of, is if you had, like, an entire dedicated episode, 1 to 2 hours long, that led up to the Gamage at the very end. But obviously, if they're doing a movie, you can't... How are they doing this for a movie? That does seem weird. It doesn't... Now that I'm talking about it and envisioning it, because if it's a movie, even if they made it 3 hours long, the Gamage is going to happen right at the very beginning. Yeah, now I'm kind of curious. And if it's... Who's making it? Who's making it into a movie? Sophie, what are you doing, girl? Being made into... The movie is being produced by Story Kitchen and developer Sandfall Interactive. Who's Story Kitchen? I don't know who Story Kitchen is. Is that like a... It's either it's a studio that I'm not familiar with, I'm assuming. I don't know what Studio Kitchen is. Clear Obscure Expedition 33 live action film in the works from Story Kitchen and Sandfall Interaction. What else have they done? What has Story Kitchen done? Story Kitchen's current slate includes... Oh, shoot. Story Kitchen's current slate includes an adaptation of the Tomb Raider franchise, including the animated Netflix TV series and live-action TV and film projects at Amazon MGM Studios. The company is also currently developing Just Cause. Are they just making video game adaptations? Is that all Story Kitchen does? I guess so. Their logo on their website is an arcade machine. They're also making Streets of Rage for Lionsgate. Yeah, interesting. It sounds like they're doing a lot of stuff. Have they done a lot of stuff? I can see that they're doing a lot of things. Or they're planning on doing a lot of things. From 8-bit to 24 frames, Story Kitchen is the premier production company specializing as franchise farmers, trademark, through the adaptation of video games, other non-traditional IPs into film and TV. Launched in 2022 by the Sonic the Hedgehog producer and DJ2 Entertainment founder, Dimitri Johnson, etc., etc. It says Dimitri Johnson has been at the forefront of successfully connecting video game IP to Hollywood long before it became mainstream. Having previously founded DJ2 Entertainment, considered the first producer solely focused on video game adaptations. I'm sorry, what? What else has he worked on? It just says that Johnson unlocked Sega's Sonic the Hedgehog 15 years ago. What's considered before video game adaptations became mainstream? Video game adaptations may have only recently started becoming better. I don't know. Here, I'm gonna look him up on my IMDb. Should we look him up on here? Let's look him up on here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Let's see. Story Kitchen. So yeah, this is Story Kitchen. This is their website. So yeah, I guess they're saying their previous projects was Sonic. And apparently they're also doing a Life is Strange adaptation. So that is the point of Story Kitchen as a studio, is to adapt. Oh gosh, they're also doing It Takes Two. It Takes Two has been in the works for quite a while now. Amazon Studios. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Are they doing another House of the Dead? The first House of the Dead wasn't so good. Maybe they're doing a better faithful adaptation. Apparently they're doing Sleeping Dogs. This is a lot of games that they are supposedly making. Apparently they're also going to be helping with Split Fiction. There's Streets of Rage. Teddy Ruxpin. That's not a video game. I don't see Claire Obscure on here. All projects. So yeah, if you go to the About, it says sounds like the main man behind this is one Dimitri Johnson. Let's see what his IMDb looks like. That's true. I mean, did he have a hand heavily and stuff like that? Because it sounds like he's just a producer, so he's a money man. Obviously, there are creative producers out there. Did he have a hand in the first Sonic the Hedgehog looking crazy? Okay, he was an executive producer on Life is Strange, the video game itself. That's interesting. So through Story Kitchen, he's got all of these lined up, including Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, which says it's currently in pre-production, along with pretty much all of these things. This is a lot of video game adaptations, but several of them are through many different studios in addition to Story Kitchen. It sounds like Story Kitchen might be like the jumping off point as they're landing deals with different studios to produce these series. But this is a lot. This is a lot in the work. I mean, Tomb Raider, we've already had a few different movies. And then, like I said, there was the terrible House of the Dead movie. So yeah, he had he had co-producer credits on Sonic the Hedgehog. Apparently, he was a producer on a Hawken video. Hawken's a game, isn't it? So was this like a short film for the game? He was an executive producer on Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft. Okay, this is the animated series, Netflix. All right, so that's interesting. So as far as I can tell, it is definitely going to be a movie. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 probably wouldn't be the route I would think should go. Obviously, there's plenty they can trim throughout the game, but I don't know, man. It would have been an excellent TV series, wouldn't it have? Yeah, not much else in that regard. The only details in it is that it's being made with the help of Story Kitchen. Is there any other studios listed as being behind it? Did it say on the website? No, that's right. Yeah, it just says Sandfall Interactive and Story Kitchen. Presumably they're trying to get it landed somewhere else. So honestly, I would say the production of this, I don't know. It makes me feel like take it with a grain of salt for the moment. Until they can land it with a bigger studio, it's hard to say when this is going to get made and released. It would be cool. I mean, I guess it's always a possibility that it could end up changing. I don't know. It depends. Like if they landed it at like a streaming service or something, maybe it could get made into a TV series. Hard to say. Hard to say, but either way, I'd be very, very interested. Very, very interested. Charlie Cox is either playing coy or nobody has come to him offering him the role. And obviously, it feels like a no-brainer that Charlie Cox could play Gustav, Andy Serkis could play Renoir. But it just depends on the route the studio wants to go and whatever casting director they end up getting. But it feels like at the very least, it would make sense to approach them about it. See if they'd be interested and see if they would be a good fit. Alright, anyways. Getting sidetracked. Let's move on.
Oh, salut Sophie. Alors, comme ça, Gustave est vraiment venu, hein?
Oui, en effet.
J'étais sûre qu'il viendrait.
Man, it would make sense that in this second playthrough I should pick dialogue choices we didn't pick the first time around. If I remembered what they were. There are times where you can pick both, but most of the time you can only pick one.
Chut, il pourrait nous entendre.
T'as de la chance, tu sais.
Je sais.
Mais lui aussi.
On dirait qu'il te reste encore beaucoup de fleurs.
Ben, il y a de moins en moins de gens qui en achètent. J'aimerais juste qu'il ne t'en faille pas une.
Tiffany.
Je ferais bien de finir de nettoyer et d'aller rejoindre tout le monde au pas. À bientôt.
Ouais. À bientôt.
Sure, why not? Pedro Pascal. What would be a good role for Pedro Pascal in this? He could do a number of different things. Maybe he could play Renoir. Charlie Cox in an interview said that he suggested that Gustav looks like Robert Pattinson, that he'd be perfect for it. I wouldn't be against it. Robert Pattinson's a great actor.
Ce que tu es en train de vivre.
Je vais bien. Si, je t'assure. J'ai eu 33 belles années. Et nous avons eu toute notre vie pour nous y préparer. Nous allons bien. Enfin, presque tous.
Pas moi.
Ça va aller.
It'd be so funny if they're like, yeah, Robert Pattinson sounds great, let's get him. Just based off Charlie Cox's suggestion. Pedro Pascal does get a lot of work done. I don't know if I've seen everything. I haven't even watched the latest season of Last of Us. What else has he done? He was in obviously he's coming out with The Mandalorian here. It's releasing right around the corner. He's in Fantastic Four. What else has he done? I hear that people joke about him being in so much all the time, but I'm actually genuinely not totally sure that I see him very often. I think I'm missing all the other things that he normally is in. I got all get to re-pick up all the chroma again. Game of Thrones is old as hell, and he was only in it for like one season. That was ages ago. I already said Fantastic Four. You can't just start listing his old projects. That's not everything. That's some things. If you're gonna say everything, then you need to give me like an example of like 3 things he does within a year. So you could say Last of Us. In the past year, what? Last of Us, Fantastic Four, and The Mandalorian. People have gathered here on their way to the harbor, reuniting one last time. Game of Thrones. He's in everything. He was in one season of Game of Thrones like over a decade ago. See, I spit out like all the recent stuff he's been doing.
Oh, Sophie?
Marie?
Tes fleurs? Je ne savais pas, je croyais que tu étais plus jeune. Et pourtant, tu n'as pas d'enfant.
Je n'ai pas envie qu'on ait de nouveau cette conversation. Pas aujourd'hui.
Tu te préoccupes donc si peu que ça de l'avenir de Lumière? Comment peux-tu être aussi égoïste?
Je ne le suis pas assez pour amener d'autres êtres dans ce monde condamné. Je sais qu'on n'est pas nombreux à penser ça aujourd'hui. Et ça a détruit ma relation avec l'homme que j'aimais le plus au monde. Maintenant, si tu veux bien m'excuser, j'aimerais passer un peu de temps avec lui. Et toi, tu devrais chérir cet instant avec ta fille.
Désolée. On se revoit au port.
Bonne chance, Marie.
Was he? I've not seen it. Cause yeah, I've seen. I feel like it's a meme. People say that he's in everything. Let's see. He did a voice for in The Wild Robot. We did see that. He apparently was in a movie called Drive Away Dolls, where he played the penis collector. What? What? I think I missed that one. I wouldn't say he's done that much. He did a lot of roles in 2024. Maybe that's how the meme popped out. But I wouldn't say like he did any like significant starring roles in 2024 outside of Gladiator 2. I don't know how big his role was in Gladiator 2. Yeah, I don't think other than Wild Robot, I don't think I saw a single thing that he did in 2024. He was in something called Freaky Tales. Did I see that? What's Freaky Tales? He's a bit grabby? What does that mean? What do you know that I don't? He was, yeah, I don't know what Freaky Tales is. This was definitely one of the lead roles in this movie. I haven't seen it though. And then yeah, I saw Fantastic Four. And I haven't gotten around to seeing Last of Us. The second season, I mean. I honestly, at this point, I'm probably gonna not bother watching the second season of Last of Us until the third season's out. Did see Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. That was back in 2022. He's done a decent amount of stuff. I'm not totally clear on the whole meme of him doing everything. He was in Wonder Woman before that in 2020, which wasn't particularly a fan of that movie. Wonder Woman 1984. He was in Equalizer 2, 2018. Oh yeah, he was in Kingsman. I forgot about that. Played Whiskey. Kingsman: The Golden Circle back in 2017. Apparently he was in Dishonored 2. He played a character in that. I've not even played the first Dishonored though. I don't know who that is. Is he in the first Dishonored? I'm just come to realize that I guess I have not watched a lot of Pedro Pascal content. There's so much stuff. So much of his stuff that I haven't seen yet. Yeah, this is the one that I felt like she should have been embracing her child at the time of the homage. They were just holding hands. Now we know who Esquier is. I assume this was like a monster or something. This is Esquier. This is a statue of Esquier. How did she get such a distinct description or appearance? Like how do they know how precisely he looks? Someone must have sent back like a really, really detailed sketch of Esquier. I guess they could have cameras here. Are people taking photographs? Did they send like a photographer on the expeditions ever? They could have. I don't know. Are there cameras in this? in this canvas? I don't see why there wouldn't be. But I'm actually trying to remember. Have we seen a single camera in this game? We've got the painter. We'll just go with a really good sketch artist. A good painter. Brought back really nice details of Esquier.
Hé, dites! Vous me semblez être une femme de goût. Je viens juste de finir une sculpture du légendaire Esquier. C'est sans doute mon chef-d'œuvre, et pourtant tout le monde semble s'en moquer. Comment puis-je l'améliorer?
I think I told her to paint it last time. Let's suggest a Nevron.
Si vous lui donniez un air un peu plus menaçant, comme un évron.
Ah, je vois. Quelque chose qui inspire la peur, et donc attire l'attention. C'est génial.
She loves it.
Je savais bien que j'avais raison de vous demander. Merci pour votre aide.
Avec grand plaisir.
Je m'y remettrai dès demain. Je vois que vous avez des fleurs. Comment vous appelez-vous?
Sophie.
Eh bien, Sophie, en guise de remerciement, je graverai votre nom sur cette statue.
Oh, ce n'est pas la peine.
Si, j'y tiens.
Yeah, she mentioned chiseling her name, and is this something we could have seen later on? Like back when we were coming back through Lumiere? Did we miss like a chiseled piece or something? It didn't occur to me to look for it last time.
Mon costume de Gestral est le plus beau. Dites, madame, vous croyez que les Gestrals existent vraiment?
Did I talk to these kids last time? I don't remember. They are perfect gestural costumes. Of course they do. We're gonna be negative. I don't remember answering this.
Pour moi, ce sont juste des contes de fées.
Prouvez-le. Vous pouvez pas vrai?
Prove they're just fairy tales.
Un jour, je sais que j'en rencontrerai un.
I like their little dance.
Même si ça veut dire rejoindre une expédition. Je lèverai une armée de Gestral et on battra la peintresse. Et moi et mon petit frère, on vivra avec les Gestral et ils seront notre nouvelle famille.
I don't know if I'd want to... The Gestrals would be fun to visit every once in a while. I don't know if I'd want to permanently live with the Gestrals. They might get to be a bit much after a while. With the exception of, like, Monoko. Xavier, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday.
On en a marre de l'orphelinat. Si les légendes sont vraies, ils adorent vraiment se battre. C'est pour ça que je m'entraîne tous les jours en cognant sur mon petit frère.
C'est... Oui. J'imagine que tu ferais un excellent Gestral.
Merci.
Red Dead Redemption 2. Possibly the greatest game ever made. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you, MP. Always a good friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. If you like MP and hit that like, very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. We could revisit Red Dead Redemption at some point. The only idea I had for a replay through of that would be like first person only, and no Deadeye. That would be a challenge. That would definitely be a challenge.
Ah, Sophie, quelle délicieuse odeur.
Merci, Richard.
Je la reconnaîtrai à des kilomètres de distance. C'est bon que tu sois là, Sophie. J'ai une faveur à te demander.
Tout pour mon professeur de couture préféré.
Nous sommes de la même année, toi et moi. Je vais être gommé aujourd'hui. Et je me suis disputé avec mon fils hier soir. Il a l'intention de se joindre à l'expédition. Il veut gâcher la dernière année de sa vie. Et je voulais pas ça pour lui. Je pensais que c'était un mauvais choix, mais aujourd'hui, j'ai changé d'avis. Je sais que j'ai commis une erreur. J'ai tenté de lui imposer mon opinion, mais en réalité, il est bien plus courageux que je ne le serais jamais. Alors je lui ai cousu un uniforme spécial en guise de cadeau d'adieu. Tu veux bien le lui apporter?
Bien sûr. Je vais l'amener à Jules.
Il ne veut pas participer à la cérémonie du gommage. Mais il sera forcément au festival de l'expédition ce soir. Mais...
Ne t'en fais pas. Je vais demander à Gustave.
Gustave? Vous vous êtes remis ensemble?
Pour ces quelques instants. Peut-être.
J'en suis heureux. C'est quelqu'un de bien.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Merci à tous les deux. À bientôt.
À bientôt.
Yeah, I like that red variant of the outfit. I'm surprised that wasn't an option for Versa to wear. Is that bad taste? That Versa could wear that outfit? Yes, I don't know if we missed anything. We might have covered everything, MP, in Red Dead. We covered a lot of grounds. I'd have to double check. Did Red Dead Redemption 2 turn out to be the longest single playthrough we've had for any game? I can't remember. The additional endings do not... I would say they do not count for something like Elden Ring. It might have been the... I think Red Dead Redemption 2 had the longest single playthrough. This game ended up having a really long playthrough. I was not expecting this game to have as long a playthrough as it. 22 parts. We did 22 streams for this game. And they were not short too. Those were long streams.
Un problème?
Ces expéditions, quelle blague. Ceux qui partent font rien que nous laisser là à mourir. Ils s'enfuient, c'est tout.
Tu sais bien qu'ils essayent de tous nous sauver, pas vrai?
Ouais, c'est ce que mon père m'a dit l'an dernier. Avant de partir avec l'expédition 34. Et on se retrouve au même point cette année. On aurait pu passer 1 an de plus ensemble, lui et moi. Au lieu de ça...
Ton père s'est battu pour nous offrir un meilleur avenir.
Sauf que je n'en ai pas d'avenir. Je le sais et je l'accepte. On est tous foutus.
On ne sait jamais. Cette expédition pourrait être différente. Elle comprend vraiment des gens hors du commun.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Gustave, si tu lui montrais comment tu te bats, histoire de lui faire prendre conscience de son erreur.
I seem to be confused by... I think I remember being confused by her age. For her father. She looked older to me, but I guess she could be young. Youngish. Youngish. Show her some of your moves. A single slash.
Waouh, ce type est vraiment fort.
Ils s'entraînent tous très dur à utiliser leurs pictos pour nous sauver. Et ton père en a fait autant.
Alors, pourquoi vous y êtes pas allée, madame?
Moi? Mon existence me satisfait. Je sais ce que je peux changer ou non. Ou peut-être que j'avais juste trop peur.
Vous croyez que je devrais rejoindre une expédition?
Mon ami Ciel dit toujours qu'il faut juste essayer de faire de son mieux. Vis ta vie comme tu l'entends.
You need to make note of stuff like this. My friend CL always says, do your best. Either it works or it doesn't. Live your life as you want.
Je veux pas avoir de regrets. Il me reste pas tant de temps que ça.
Quand le moment sera venu, tu prendras la bonne décision. J'en suis sûre.
Merci. Maintenant, je crois que je sais. Donnez ça à votre petit ami. C'est un cadeau de mon père. Mais votre copain pourrait en faire un meilleur usage.
Thank you kindly. Who's this expeditioner? Can't get close. He's got kind of a Verso look going on, doesn't he? Who is this? Who is this person cosplaying as Verso? Who is this person cosplaying as CL? These aren't expeditioners. These are frauds. It's a Verso and CL cosplay.
Pourquoi Manon n'arrête pas de répéter « la mort vient pour nous tous » ?
T'avais encore jamais entendu ça?
Non.
C'est la devise officieuse des expéditions. T'as jamais entendu Lucien le dire? Il le répète sans cesse.
Je crois qu'il préfère « on est déjà tous morts, tu viens seulement de te rendre compte ».
C'est vrai que je l'ai entendu le dire.
Je sais pas. D'un certain côté, c'est sympa d'avoir une date limite. Ça force à établir des priorités. Et c'est un petit côté libérateur sur la fin.
Décidément, tu arrives toujours à voir le bon côté des choses, toi, hein?
Non. C'est juste que les choses se passent pas toujours comme on voudrait. Et ça sert à rien de s'énerver, tu sais. Faut juste faire ce qu'on peut et lâcher prise sur le reste.
The flower market. People are buying flowers for their loved ones before they gamage.
Bonjour Gustave. Qu'est-ce qui t'amène? Tu veux une autre fleur?
Non. Celle que tu m'as suggérée était parfaite.
Tant mieux. Ces guirlandes sont nos derniers adieux. Alors je tiens à ce qu'elles soient spéciales. J'ai aussi mis une guirlande de côté pour toi. Mais pour fêter ton retour, pas pour tes adieux. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Merci, Ophélie.
Oh, Lune est en train de jouer. Vous feriez un beau couple tous les deux.
Si tu le dis.
Ou peut-être, il s'est déjà passé quelque chose, non?
Lune. It feels like It feels like we've time traveled, doesn't it? Lune watching Lune from the crowd. Can we get closer to her? Get out of the barrier. Lune saying, I wish I could tell her what's about to happen. But Doc Brown would be angry if I did. Great Scott! Who else do we have to see? What other expeditioners are there that we can see earlier? Now, amusingly enough, don't we end up seeing the painting he does of them on the ballroom ceiling later on in the game? What if you didn't have him paint this? Would that painting still be on the roof? Where did we see that? At what point did we see that painting on the roof of the ballroom? Was that right before the Renoir fight? You know what? We're gonna skip him. We're gonna skip doing this painting. Can we skip doing this painting? This teaches you how to dodge.
Amoureux?
Pas tout à fait. C'est son art que j'aime. Je manque d'inspiration ces temps-ci. Plus personne n'achète de tableaux. Mais ce n'est pas parce qu'elle s'appelle la peintresse que la peinture c'est maléfique.
Votre toile semble pour le moins vide.
J'ai besoin d'inspiration. Mais vous, je vois bien que vous êtes amoureuse. De ce...
Nous avons rompu.
Is it gonna force me to do this?
Ce n'est qu'un détail dans les affaires de cœur. Mais c'est cette passion que je recherche désespérément dans ma peinture. Je sais. Et si vous me montriez une danse évoquant l'amour et la tristesse? Je suis aussi le peintre officiel de l'opéra.
Yeah, he's the official painter of the opera.
Vous voulez bien m'aider? Si vous êtes ma muse, vous pourriez devenir le tableau principal de l'opéra de lumière.
Okay, so you even mentioned it. You may become the main painting of Lumiere's opera. No, thank you.
Ah, dommage.
So yeah, I'm curious. That's got to be it. It makes me wonder what it's going to be painted. If it's just going to be blank, or if something else is going to be painted on the ceiling. Oh yeah, I remember this. Magic. Where's this music coming from? The audio source is right here. Where is this music coming from? Gustav, get off the tables, you maniac! Grand Café de Lumière. We should talk to those little gestural kids. Momoko. This is the one odd outlier to too many people just being chill. Is this little girl that you can assume? Okay, it's not her father. I misremembered that, or at least this time it's not. It's her mother. That you can assume that she's like, no, I don't wanna go. And then you can assume these are her parents right here. So it's her mother. Her mother's being gommaged. And she doesn't want to continue on. Super, super sad. And yeah, I would have liked to have seen just a smidgen more of that. trash can. Normal trash can. Why? Yeah, why does it let us look at these trash cans? A perfectly normal trash can. This does not look like a perfectly normal trash can. Why is this one glowing? Was the other one glowing? This one's not glowing. Why is that trash can glowing? What's in that trash can? Who who threw away something radioactive in here? I'm curious. Have we missed any other trash cans? Glowing stuff inside them? A normal trash can. Yeah, the the radioactive one is a perfectly normal trash can. What does that mean? Why was that one perfectly normal? Any other trash cans? I don't know. Probably. No, there's the junk over here. And the piano. Oh yeah, didn't we? Alright, so can we have different songs here? Yes, we can. Yeah, this is something I didn't notice. We usually stayed on like one character through most of our travels. Usually Lune, because she can float. So I didn't notice that the piano has different tunes for the characters. The funny thing is that when we talked about it in Versus Drafts, it was the one piano which was the best piano with the piece that actually you could play. It was the one time it didn't do it for each of the characters. Ooh. Yes, this is how all the pieces need to be. Yeah, I wish all the pieces had chords like this. What? I wanted something crazy with Minoko. Okay, so this is playing the main with some nice chords. Short, simple, sweet. Okay. Yeah, that's a fun detail we never noticed. It's just a trash can. This one's just a trash can. Okay, so we have a... Is there anything interesting about these trash cans that we missed? Oh, it would be great if we had an inner... Let's see, let's talk to them with Monoko.
Je lèverai une armée de
How great would it have been? I mean, just for fun, it's already weird that we can, like, run around with our other characters in New Game Plus, so it would have been really funny if we could have had a unique interaction with those boys, with Monoko. I didn't talk to you.
Ah, la merveilleuse Sophie.
Sophie.
T'es toujours aussi sublime, ma chérie.
Cyril, vil flatteur. Laisse-moi deviner. Tu as besoin d'aide?
Aussi belle que perspicace, comme d'habitude. Vois-tu, je réfléchis à notre une pour demain. Et qui pourrait mieux l'écrire que quelqu'un qui fête son jour spécial aujourd'hui?
Ça se défend. Alors, quel sera le sujet de l'article?
Eh ben, en fait...
Tu le sais pas? T'es vraiment un gros fainéant.
Aide-moi, je t'en supplie, Sophie, mon patron va me tuer.
D'accord. Réfléchissons à un titre.
I think we picked the middle one last time. So we could go poetic or negative. Well, jokingly negative. Let's do the Cyril. Cyril really needs to take his job seriously.
Cyril devrait vraiment prendre son travail au sérieux.
Oh, allez, j'ai vraiment besoin de ton aide.
All right. Let's go poetic this time. Pale sun ascends above the crimson blossoms.
Le soleil pâle s'élève au-dessus des fleurs écarlates.
Un titre sur le contraste entre la beauté et la mort. Avec la peintresse qui éteint un peu plus chaque année la lumière du monde. Super. Maintenant, je suis inspiré. T'es vraiment divine, Sophie.
N'oublie pas de me créditer.
Jamais. Tu me connais. Merci. Pour toutes ces fois.
Ça a toujours été un plaisir, mon ami. Prends bien soin de toi.
Ouais.
Music, how goes it? Welcome back. We just were playing on the piano just now. Everybody. Yeah, MP. I don't know. I honestly don't think Cleo would have the patience. What you're suggesting sounds simple enough. I do not think she would have the patience to get through and then fight the first boss. We're gonna leave the painting here at the beginning blank so we can see what changes in the opera house later on. Oh wait, she's actually saying different stuff. Just a trash can, a normal trash can. She's still saying the other trash can is perfectly normal. Nothing special to see here, just a trash can. Once again, a perfectly normal.
Eh, vous, restez pas là, vous voulez bien?
Oh, there is something special about this radioactive trash can. There's a person inside. What has he got, like a little light? Hey you, we've been here for quite a while now.
Vous pourriez vous en aller. Je préfère éviter d'attirer l'attention.
Can you leave? I don't want to draw attention to myself.
J'ai 33 ans aujourd'hui. Vous vous rendez compte? Qu'est-ce qui a pris à mes parents?
What? I turned 33 today. We believe my luck. Why would my parents choose the worst time? I mean, it's not the worst time. The worst time would be like in 15 years or more. Like that literally could possibly be the worst time. I would assume people just are going to stop having kids if this kept going. Like at some point you're just going to have kids left running around. The life enjoyer? I don't know. Is that something I should remember?
Mais j'ai une stratégie. Si je reste caché ici, la peintresse pensera pas à me gommer.
So he's hiding in the trash can in hopes that the Gamage will miss him.
Ça fait 6 mois que je me planque. Alors,
I've been
allez-vous
hiding
en
for
et dites
6
à personne
months
que je suis
now.
là.
So leave and don't tell anyone I'm here.
Ah, c'est quoi ça? Ça me fait mal aux fesses. Tenez, vous en aurez
What?
peut-être le visage.
There's something hurting his ass and he's gonna give it to us.
Dégagez! Faut pas que la peintresse sache que je suis là.
What did he give to us? Is it bugged again where it's not telling me what he gave us?
Dégagez!
What does he give us? I'm gonna have to look it up. What did he give? I'm assuming he gave us something and the pop-up is just delayed. That's it? A color of Lumina was hurting his ass? Well, that's boring. It's a door? I probably didn't then. So we need to be going and checking doors. I don't think I looked at any doors. Where is this door at? Yeah, I don't think I tried looking at any doors. Have we passed it? Should we go back? Yeah, I wouldn't have thought to check any doors. All these doors seem... well, nothing. They seem like a bunch of nothing. Oh. Well then, I'm assuming I haven't passed it then. And we'll move on. Gosh, my camera's going nuts.
Des fois, elle me fait de la peine.
Qui ça? La peintresse?
Regarde-la. Elle a l'air triste. Peut-être qu'elle est prisonnière, elle aussi. Piégée dans le même cycle que nous. C'est bête, non?
Il n'y a vraiment que toi pour choisir l'empathie dans un moment pareil.
C'est l'un des derniers choix qu'il me reste.
Moi, j'en serais incapable.
Personne ne te demande de le faire.
So there was a purpose to that trash can glowing. This is something that I don't think I brought up in stream. I talked about it with Cleo when we were rewatching cutscenes. That the view of the Paintress from Lumiere seems a little odd. I don't know how they could have done it differently since you want to have a view, but like, isn't there mountains and big chunks of land between here and over there? Doesn't seem like we should be able to see it and see her so clearly. I mean, you probably could still see her. Considering how gigantic it is, you probably could still see her. But you would think you would be seeing land masses at least down below. Look at this boat. Is there a shadow from the lettering on this boat? I mean, the distance also feels really off. It feels a lot closer. She's gigantic, so maybe not. Maybe not. It did seem like she was a lot close. There's been several scenes throughout the game where it seems like she should be. She looks like she's a lot closer than she really is. Look at all this cool stuff over here. Yeah, we'd have to look at it. I thought about that too, which is why I was confused when we eventually did get to the Dark Shores. And it was like, okay, this must be where we washed up. But yeah, then when you see where Lumiere is, they had to have, that means they had to have like taken a weird route to eventually get to where they are. And you can assume that a lot of expeditions end up on the Dark Shores. Unless they were guided there somehow. Maybe Renoir used his magic to guide them to the shore somehow. What expedition number flag is at the Dark Shores? There's some fun detail around here that you don't ever really get to and come anywhere near close to looking at. Here's the start. But yeah, I once we actually got out and about, this intro seems a little puzzling. Like I said, like, she might be big enough that you should still be able to see the monolith. Oh, man, I don't know though. But yeah, there's lots of big chunks of land between here and there. But I guess you could just say magic, right? That is one advantage to being in a magical premise in games. Any inconsistencies? It's just magic. Magic is the easy way. That's why when we were playing Hogwarts Legacy, there was never any bugs. It was all magic. Because there was a lot of like graphical bugs that occurred in Hogwarts Legacy. We were like, oh, it's just magic. It's just magic. No explanation needed. Poor lighthouse. This poor droopy lighthouse.
Je crois que je vais vomir.
Maëlle, Or Alicia, meet Mael. We are slightly taller than pre-game Mael for some reason. She grows quite a bit between now and later. Did they actually physically make her taller when she became Alicia? Or is she always this much taller? Because that would be an interesting detail. If they made her model physically slightly taller when she becomes Alicia. I mean, I know she's not standing up perfectly straight, but this is a pretty big size difference between these two models. Right, but that's an unusual detail for any creative to take note of. Do you make the model bigger? But do we know that for a fact? Does the model actually grow? It wouldn't be unusual for a woman to stay the same height even by the age of 16. Girls tend to have their growth spurt earlier on in life. So it wouldn't be unusual for her to be the height she is even in her 20s. Assuming that Alicia is and did grow up in this canvas. I don't know. It could just be a mistake. They could have just had this pre-model for the opening area for some reason for these particular clothes. I mean, there's no way to know unless somebody extracted the model from the game. Because the only time it would make sense is if in Act 3 when we switch to Alicia. The only way we could know for sure is by going back in the first playthrough and putting Mael's model next to something and then coming back in Act 3 and putting Alicia's model next to the same thing and see if there's a height discrepancy. It's clever. If they actually did change it so that when Mael became Alicia between Act 2 and Act 3, they made her slightly taller, that would be a very interesting detail for them to thought of. What's up, girl?
Salut, Sophie.
Oh, Maël. Je ne m'attendais pas à te voir ici.
I mean, you gotta think too. Like, you're talking about convey, but it wouldn't be conveyed. There's no way anybody would have noticed that she grew like half a foot between Act 2 and Act 3. Nobody would notice that. It also would be weird for them to do that because they would have also had to have completely changed the clothing models to fit the larger model, unless they just expanded her. Not just simply increased her height, but actually expanded her and her height. But it doesn't really look like she's that... Well, maybe, I don't know. We'd have to look at her again. Has anybody else talked about that? Because I feel like you could probably grab the models. Because that would mean that there are two different models between Act 2 and Act 3. What are you disagreeing with? Okay, so it looks like some people have actually looked into it. Because you could. The easiest way to do it outside of extracting the model from the character is just to simply take her, put her next to something, see how tall she is, and then when you get into Act 3, go back to the same place and see if she's taller. The only examples I've been seeing is the non-player versus the playable, where you see her in the beginning. But that's what someone needs to look at. Yeah, the examples I'm looking at online are just showing player Mael next to non-player Mael in the pre-sequence. There's no way for us to actually test this. Well, that's not true. I might have old... Do I have pre-act? No, there's no way I have saves that are that old. Yeah, everybody's noticed the height difference, but it's all been during this New Game Plus. Someone needs to actually look at extract the models, or they need to just simply test the height from Act 2 to Act 3. And sadly, yeah, I don't think there's any way to do it. Because you could test it on your New Game Plus from Act 2 to Act 3, but there's a possibility that you already have the Alicia model for Act 2. Alright, MP. Here, hold on a second. Good night, MP. Good night. Farewell. Till tomorrow. We might continue this playthrough tomorrow, or I might start a new game. I haven't decided yet. Just depends on my mood. And yes, always a good friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, be like MP and hit that like button. It's a small deed, goes a long way. I do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I was just saying that based on the story. It would have been curious and more interesting to me that she would have been older than her Mael teenage counterpart when she entered the canvas, because I don't think the story ever states at what point did Verso pass away. How much time has passed since Verso passed away? Was it within the past year? Past half a year? At what point does Aline, through her grief, decide to enter Verso's canvas so she can recreate him and the rest of the family in there? So my curiosity as far as her age went was you know, how much time has passed since Verso's passing. But yeah, she obviously has to be older. But if we're comparing heights to just 15, 16, how old is Mael? 16? Then yeah, she might. If we're just talking about height growth, she could be 18, 19 for all we know. But yeah, the height, well, I mean, the height definitely, I would say the height, at the very least, is, if beyond just simply Sandfall wanting to keep people pondering, the height for sure would confirm that Alicia was older entering the canvas, older than Mael. Are we gonna only fight this mime with Gustav?
Bon. Gustave, à l'aide!
Okay, so we don't bring in everybody else.
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
Oh yeah, the dialogue lines during the fight scenes too.
C'était moi une. Merci, Gustave. Mais qui a construit ça? Il y a quelque chose sur son corps.
The music records. We can collect the music records again. So we're not gonna have all the music available to us. We're not gonna have all the records available to play in the camp. Here's CL. See, I didn't know that she was part of this dance group. Does it mention her with this guy right here?
Il faut vraiment être dingue pour utiliser les pictos sur son propre corps.
Pourquoi? Le spectacle ne t'a pas plu?
Si, il est super, mais se graver de la chroma dans la chair, ouf, c'est vraiment brutal. Et juste pour une danse. Les pictos, je préfère les peindre sur mes machines. Je suis pas assez cinglé pour m'en mettre sur le corps.
Mais ça pourrait être utile, non? Les expéditions les utilisent tout le temps.
Ouais, mais c'est que des dingues dans les expéditions. Au moins, ils peuvent enlever leurs pictos facilement s'ils chantent la vie.
Yeah, no mention, but that's definitely CL up on the stage. I like this crazy, luminous dancing. See more of this. It can be used for more than just war. Who are all these other girls? We still haven't come across a door yet.
Non.
Yeah, it is weird having the mime here at the beginning. Did we get any lore explanation for the mimes and who's building them and random them placing them around?
Pauvres blasphémateurs. Le gommage est notre faute. Nous en sommes les seuls responsables, car nous avons eu l'impudence de la défier.
Encore un autre de ces adorateurs de la Patresse. Mieux vaut l'ignorer.
Is it after the Gamage? This door? Music mentioned a door. Somebody to talk to. That I'm pretty sure I did not talk to in the first playthrough. So have I passed it? It has a bunch of luggage in front of it. Why do I feel like I remember seeing that? The Gamage is about to begin.
Nous nous reverrons bientôt. Nous nous reverrons bien.
So not everybody who's wearing flowers are getting Gamage. Some people are just wearing flowers like as a sign of respect. You said you were sure that I was gonna notice it, that I'd stumble upon it. Why do I feel like I remember a door with boxes in front of it? But I'm backtracking. I'm definitely backtracking at this point. Oh, it's right here. Bloody hell, why didn't you just tell me? I asked if I already missed it. And the answer to that was definitely, I did definitely miss it. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Remember seeing it, never went up to it.
Tout le monde n'assiste pas à la veillée générale? Ou ne descend pas au port pour le Gamage?
Why are we over here listening in?
Certains préfèrent les adieux plus intimes.
What are they doing it right next to the bloody door? Oh, no, that's insane. Which programmer put this in here? I'm not keeping track. Is there going to be an audible, noticeable difference? Are we basically building up to the climax? Why do I feel like the same person did the audio for both of these? It's just one guy standing in front of a microphone. Are they gonna? It'd be more awkward if they came out.
Allez, ça fait trop longtemps que vous écoutez là.
They know. They were getting off on us standing here listening.
Au début, ça rendait la chose plus excitante, mais là.
That's exactly what it was.
Je vous donne ça et vous vous en allez, d'accord? Ou Allez le faire ensemble.
Just go do it together. They've stopped. They've stopped. Excellent. We always need more colored Illumina, which is still not getting me the notifications. It's like if I'm loaded area. The game either notifies me or it doesn't. Did we ever get an updated notification on the one with the trash can? I don't remember. It might have. It could have popped up and I just didn't notice. All right. I'm sure we've missed, well, some dialogue.
J'aimerais tant venir avec vous. Si seulement on pouvait envoyer plus de monde, faudrait que tout Lumière envoie tout ce qu'on a contre cette foutue peintresse. Ha! Qu'est-ce que je raconte? Mon frère me tuerait. Il devra bientôt partir, lui aussi, et il m'a chargé de m'occuper de son fils.
I mean, they send a lot of people, don't they? It seemed like they sent a bunch. Like, it's kind of crazy how many people they send. Like, I'm assuming we send like hundreds at the very least. I felt like it seemed like it was going to be way less, the expedition, based on like the amount of people that are preparing on the docks right before they leave. But yeah, it seems like there was way more.
Tonton Victor, ça te va bien?
Mais Maëlle, elle a du cran, pas vrai? C'est pas son genre d'attendre son tour. Je parie qu'elle est impatiente d'y aller.
C'est sûr qu'elle a pas vraiment hésité, pas vrai?
Ouais, les hésitations, ça a jamais été son truc.
That was a crazy.
J'ai toujours
That was a
adoré le
crazy Easter egg. I just like the idea that like a single programmer from Sandfall was like, I'm just gonna throw this in here for the hell of it.
Je vois tes apprentis.
Oh.
Gustave!
Quoi?
Tiens, Sophie nous a demandé d'apporter ton manteau. On a cousu la manche pour que tu n'aies pas à le retrousser.
Vous avez appris à coudre?
Sophie nous a aidés. Et finalement, c'est pas si dur que ça. T'aurais dû le faire il y a bien longtemps.
C'est toi qui as fait ça.
Je vous rappelle que c'était censé rester entre nous, messieurs. Je tenais à faire quelque chose. Pour toi.
Sophie. Merci les garçons, c'est parfait, merci.
On se revoit au festival? Ne pars pas sans nous dire au revoir.
Oh, bien sûr que non. Quoi? Je connais cette tête.
Tu comptes beaucoup pour eux. Ça se voit, tu sais.
Eux aussi comptent beaucoup pour moi. Notre héritage peut prendre plusieurs formes.
Oui,
Tu m'aurais appris ça.
exact.
Pourquoi?
Je voulais te voir le porter.
Tu aimes les uniformes maintenant?
Ça aussi. C'est ton héritage.
Sophie. C'est aussi le tien.
Yeah, I don't know. Would it have made more sense, especially since they didn't end up having kids? They should have just gone on an expedition together the previous year. But I guess she didn't really want to. And he's kind of like, well, she's going, so I might as well. I think it was only at this point did I gauge just how much bigger she was. And even this is underplaying how giant she is. That is so many people, man. That is a ton of people.
Je suis là.
Je sais. Je sais.
Yeah. See, this is why it makes me wonder about like the movie. And I feel like this moment would have such a greater impact if this was a TV series, where you could have a longer first episode leading into the Gamage. Rather than presumably if they do a movie, it's gonna happen within the first, 20 minutes.
Ah, te voilà. Tu te cacheras pas comme ça, tu sais. Comme je dis, le deuil c'est quand même mieux entre copains.
Lucien!
Quoi? Bah oui, y a pas pire que pleurer seul.
Et le mien?
Santé les amis.
And they got it here. They've got the script.
Ouais, j'en ai bien besoin.
I feel like there's a
5
greater
tables cette année.
potential for them
T'as
to
vu
get
ça?
it wrong in a
Je t'avais dit
movie.
qu'on ferait mieux que la précédente. Même Maëlle est venue alors qu'elle déteste ça. Tu viens faire un tour?
Oh, non, peut-être plus tard.
Okay, so
Je
shoot,
reviendrai.
yeah, she's got her
Je vais
outfit
bien,
on
vous en faites
now.
pas. Allez-y.
D'accord. Je vais en chercher une autre.
they've got
Le vin va couler à flot ce soir. Remercie ta sœur pour sa générosité.
Ah, et essaie de t'amuser un peu. Bois pas tout seul. C'est trop triste.
Ouais. M'amuser un peu.
they've got Maëlle in her outfit in that cutscene. Yeah, I mean there could be a lot of like you've got to look at it from the perspective of somebody who doesn't know the story, where you could have it's only going to be the cutscene though. Yeah, she's got the normal model and the expedition outfit over here. Oh my goodness, she didn't. We do not have her loaded in completely this far away. What's going on with her face? We've got low poly. We've got PS3 era graphics for her over here right now. But yeah, there's a lot of like crazy moments that could happen that if they wanted to like have it not see it coming. So you could have I feel like in the TV series, the Gamage would make the most sense to be at the end of the first episode. Maybe you could have a longer than normal first episode, have it end with the Gamage, but then you would also want just as much of an impact for the Expeditioners here. So I feel like not a bad idea to introduce some of these characters in that first episode as well. All the more reason to make it like a long first episode. And then have a decent amount of getting to know some of these people in the next episode, so that when the expedition does take off, you take the audience completely unawares when a bunch of these people that you've been talking to suddenly meet their end right as soon as the expedition lands. And then that leads into a perfect opportunity for like not knowing of the people you've had conversations with in this beginning part, who's going to be left alive. Is any of them left alive? And then gradually as they meet back up with characters like Lune and CL and whatnot, I don't think you could wait. The Gamage has to be the hook. You need the Gamage by the end of episode 1. So you could have a longer than normal episode 1. You don't have to have a 1 hour first episode. Now, you could do it where you drop 2 episodes, I suppose. You could do it that way as well, or you could have like a 1 hour and a half first episode. But the Gamage has got to be the hook for a new audience. You cannot have a first episode end before getting to the Gamage for a brand new audience. The Gamage is going to be the hook. It's kind of like the first episode of Game of Thrones, where it ended with like a, what are they called? A walker with a sacrifice showing like all the bodies strewn out, forming that symbol. You gotta have that hook to make you go, holy crap, what's going on? If you have the first episode end and then people have to wait a week for the next episode and it's just in the middle of them walking around and talking to people within Lumiere, you gotta have that ending hook. Now, they could do it in the form of releasing 2 episodes. They could do it that way, but honestly, you might as well just have a long first episode. See, that's ironic, because Subject actually said that he didn't think there was enough relationship building, which I kind of agree with him. All the more reason why I don't feel like a movie is as good to do for something like this story. I think you need to have almost a feature-length beginning of a TV series to get to know characters like Sophie and Gustav and some of these other people, so that when they get taken out of the story earlier on, you care about them more. And I'm afraid that if they do a movie, we're not going to get that. You're going to have the Gamage presumably within the first 20 minutes. I don't know, man. Unless you can clip a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Maybe you could extend it a little bit, but I would assume that the Gamage would have to be within the first 20 minutes. And then the expedition would have to start after like another 10-15 minutes. So all the more reason. So it sounds like you're agreeing with me that it seems like a movie does not suit this story well. You're saying that they shouldn't even do the Gamage until the second episode. So what happens in the case of a movie? A movie, it's this entire opening sequence that leads into the Gamage, let alone the expedition starting. I can't imagine it feeling anything but rushed in a movie format. Unless the goal behind a movie would be to automatically make it 2 or 3 parts, where they plan from the get-go to do a Lord of the Rings thing and make a trilogy out of it. But I don't know. That would be risky. It would be risky for a studio to try doing that. But you still gotta you have to view it from the point of view of that not being... You have to look at it from the point of view of it being a new audience. You want to get a new audience. You do not want to just simply cater it to the fan base. Whenever you're making an adaptation, you first and foremost have to be thinking about a new audience. Well, they're claiming that it's going to be made into a movie. My hope is that they're going to shop it around, and my hope is that they will get the attention of like a streaming service, and the streaming service will want to do a series, because I can't imagine them shoving this entire story into a single movie. Like I said, unless they manage to get a studio to greenlight like a trilogy. I don't know. I can't imagine how a movie works properly. Never mind rushing the beginning, but I'm also just thinking about, like, there's just too many characters. They would have to cut out some significant portions of the plot to fit it all in one movie. Yeah, it would be nuts. So yeah, here's hoping. Here's hoping that somehow they get greenlit for a TV series instead, like Amazon or Netflix or something picks it up. Or Apple. Apple's been doing so well with TV series. Honestly, of all the streamers, I would want Apple to pick it up, probably before the others.
Hey Gustave, regarde mon nouveau picto.
Il m'a l'air un peu grossier. Tu es sûr qu'il fonctionne?
Je travaille dessus depuis des mois. C'est mon chef-d'œuvre.
Eh bien, permets-moi de te dire que ton chef-d'œuvre m'a l'air très peu orthodoxe.
Il est super utile, crois-moi. Vas-y, essaie-le.
Bon, d'accord.
Génial. Je te l'échange contre un jeton.
C'est sans doute ma curiosité maladive. Tiens, voilà ton jeton.
Tu le regretteras pas. Enfin, je crois.
Probably. Quick inspection is enough to say that this Pictos is unusable as is. Again?
Hey Gustave, viens boire un coup avec moi.
Is he gonna be the same as our previous guy? Gustave!
Je préfère faire attention ce soir.
Ah, sois pas rasoir comme ça. C'est notre dernière nuit ici. Qui sait quand on reviendra?
J'apprécie que tu dises quand et pas si.
Que veux-tu que je te dise? Je suis un optimiste. Ou un idiot, ça dépend à qui tu demandes. Hé Gustave, viens boire un coup avec moi. Hé Gustave.
Nah, it's not as good. It's not as good. Gustave!
Waouh, il y a tant de gens dans l'expédition. C'est super cool.
Gustave gives Jules the uniform that his father made for him.
C'est... Il a fait ça la nuit dernière? Papa... Je me sens tout bête de m'être disputé avec lui maintenant. Papa... Prends-le, toi. Je sais pas si j'en aurai l'usage un jour. Peut-être que je deviendrai aveugle comme mon père, ou qu'une autre expédition réussira. Alors je veux soutenir cette expédition-là. Prends-le. Il pourrait être utile. C'est ok. J'ai pas besoin de cet uniforme pour sentir que mon père est avec moi.
He's a very mature young lad.
Merci.
Who are we having that conversation with about Alicia's probable age, anyways? Was it Maj? It was Maj and somebody else. Subject, welcome back. Happy Thursday. Should we do all the token stuff again? We still can't... Oh, yeah, we can. We can look at it now. I was gonna say, there's... I mean, we don't need to get... Oh, look. Yeah, I like the Crimson uniform. It'd be nice to have that for... Look, we can wear the Oskio with him, too. With his robot arm. We can even wear Renoir's suit. I like his civilian. He looks like he could be a pirate. Oh, interesting. The Oskio hair is actually slightly different for Gustav. It's red. Can he fly around like Verso? Oh gosh, he can. Well, this certainly makes this sequence way less serious. Yeah, we were talking about that. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we don't know, but we have to assume yes. We've concluded that she is older, because we were talking about the fact that her model, the Alicia model, is taller than the Mael model. So at the very least, she is older. To what degree, who knows? She could be 20. For all we know, she could be 25. But she's definitely older than Mael. Well, you know what I mean. Obviously, they're the same person, but older than Mael's canvas age at the time that Alicia entered the painting. Nobody cares that I'm doing this. It would be fun to have some bonus interactions, depending on characters and clothes. We had a very, very brief moment with Mael.
Je savais que je te trouverais ici. Tu commences à
her
regretter
outfit
ta
on the
participation à
cutscene.
l'expédition?
Dis pas n'importe quoi. Je suis plus prête à y aller que tu le sauras jamais.
Ouais, je sais. Je sais qu'on en a déjà parlé, mais étant ton tuteur, je me dois de te le redire. Nous tous, on n'a plus qu'un an à vivre, mais toi, il te reste 9 ans avant ton gommage.
You like this? You like his new look? Gustav's new look?
Rien ne t'oblige à venir avec nous. C'est extrêmement risqué, tu sais.
This is emo Gustav.
Une année là-bas, c'est mieux que 9 ici.
Je sais que t'en es persuadé, mais...
S'il y a bien quelqu'un qui devrait rester, c'est toi. T'as des amis et de la famille qui ont besoin de toi ici.
Toi aussi?
Bien sûr que non.
Emma te considère comme sa sœur.
Je ne suis pas comme toi, tu sais. Lumière, c'est pas chez moi. Et puis, au moins comme ça, je peux t'avoir à l'œil pour Emma.
Comme si elle ne me surveillait pas assez comme ça.
Tais-toi, idiot. T'as de la chance d'avoir une sœur qui veille sur toi.
Et même plus que t'imagines, vu qu'apparemment, maintenant j'en ai deux.
Bon, assez discuté. Viens, l'ancien, on se fait un petit duel?
L'ancien?
Bah, t'es quasiment l'homme le plus vieux de lumière maintenant, pas vrai? Allez, viens. Cette fois, ça rigole plus.
Give me my token. Now you're calling music Max. No, we're calling music Max from now on. That is his name. That's his new name.
Il n'y a pas de honte à perdre face à quelqu'un qui est plus fort que toi, tu sais?
I think that has a nice spin to it. Music Max. Or Max Music. Sounds like a company.
Pour ceux qui viendront après. Alors, pas mal pour le plus vieil homme de lumière, hein?
Félicitations, tu as battu une adolescente. Ça vaut bien une récompense? Tiens, voilà un jeton. Essaie de ne pas trop boire ce soir, d'accord?
Où sont mes gredins d'apprentis? Je leur ai promis qu'on se verrait au festival.
Phantom, welcome back. They actually all do, and they all have hairstyles that have the darkened makeup. Put it on her too. They can match. We'll hold off on the other girls because they don't. Monoko's is crazy too. Without the matching outfit though, Monoko looks kind of crazy. Kind of goes well with the civilian outfit actually. I'm gonna leave Monoko like that for now. Like we need to make somebody wear. Oh shoot! I didn't think about that. We should have set up Verso. I mean, we do have him. We have him in Renoir's in suit, but yeah, we should have put Verso in something crazy. Considering we can't change him, but there's the cutscenes I'm thinking of. They have to have overwritten the custom outfits, right? So it probably won't make a difference, but we'll find out. We did put him in the suit. He's not in his usual attire. Monoko's looking kind of like the oddball out. Doing very, very well, Phantom. Very well.
Salut.
Salut Gustave. Ça va? Tu veux en parler?
Oui, en fait, non.
C'est pas grave.
Et toi? Tu as dit adieu à Derek?
Final Fantasy 14. It's free to play 4 out of. That's an interesting approach. Are they figuring like people will like it so much by that point they inevitably will want to finish the game and then pay for it? It's technically not free then. That'd be insane if I played that much of the game and then decided, nah, I'm good. I'm good. What? An hour and a half trying to grab a vine? What vine? That's too much dedication.
Oh, c'était fini depuis longtemps entre nous.
Oh, pardon.
Pas grave.
Je croyais vraiment que vous finiriez par vous remettre ensemble.
C'est pour le mieux. Je dois me concentrer sur l'expédition et sur l'équipe. Nous devons pouvoir compter les uns sur les autres.
Tu as raison. On n'aura personne d'autre.
Tu veux un verre de vin ou un câlin?
Non, garde ta sueur pour toi.
Un verre de vin pour Gustave!
À qui tu parles, juste? Il n'y a plus de serveur depuis des années.
L'indignité ultime. Une fête d'adieu dans laquelle chacun doit se servir. De là à y voir une métaphore.
Je parie que tu as une autre bouteille sous ton manteau. Tu partages?
Oh, tu me blesses. Mais il se trouve que oui, j'ai bien une bouteille. Toujours prêt, comme on dit. À moins que ce soit toujours prévoir des renforts. Bah, c'est du pareil au même, de toute façon.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Et moi, je suis prêt. Je suis prêt à vivre. Et je suis prêt à mourir.
T'es vraiment un idiot.
Hé, on a ton convertisseur de Lumina, pas vrai? J'y crois. Je suis prêt pour mes Lumina.
Ouais, mais on ne l'a testé qu'ici. Qui sait ce qu'on rencontrera sur le continent? Il va nous falloir l'essayer une fois là-bas.
T'inquiète, mon vieux. Je m'occupe de tout.
Super. Merci, mon pote.
It's kind of messed up how prepared. I mean, you consider like how powerful our known party becomes. If we just had some, presumably this is all thanks to Gustav and his pioneering and innovation. That if they could have just rescued or better planned or got together with a bunch of other ones, how devastating this expedition could potentially have been if Renoir hadn't jumped them immediately. Should we talk to everybody? I feel like we don't need to talk to everybody.
Tu es venu.
Je n'étais pas sûre que ce soit une bonne idée.
Tu nous évitais. Il fallait pas, tu sais.
J'ai appris que Seba avait pris ma place après mon départ.
Ouais.
Tu trouves que c'est de la lâcheté si je reste ici?
Et toi?
Plus maintenant. Nous ne pouvons pas tous changer le monde. Certains d'entre nous peuvent juste se changer eux-mêmes.
C'est-à-dire que tu as fini par accepter l'inévitable? Par te convaincre que le bonheur, c'est... ça?
Disons plutôt que j'ai redécouvert le bonheur. Il ne me reste plus qu'un seul gommage. Savoir se contenter de ce qu'on a, c'est peut-être la plus grande source de félicité qui soit.
Ça m'attriste de t'entendre parler de la sorte. La peintresse nous aura vraiment tout pris, y compris ta capacité à rêver.
Non, tu te méprends. Dans ma tête, je suis libre désormais. Et la peintresse ne peut plus rien me faire. C'est mon dernier acte de défi. Tout comme le tien est de prendre part à l'expédition.
Si tu le dis.
Yeah, they have to have just been so heavily jumped, broadsided. I guess they didn't figure they were going to be running into anybody. Maybe they figured they were going to land, be able to set up camp, and then better prepare. I don't know, because you feel like if you could have had like even 3 or 4 groups that were a little bit more prepared, a la the group that we end up getting together and and getting to know, that Renoir would have been completely unprepared. That he would have gotten his ass handed to him, possibly even. But you see Gustav even completely unprepared when they land. If anything, the entirety of the Expedition 33 may have lucked out with Gustav managing to survive and getting away. But see, like, if that information had come back with Expedition 60, everybody would have just been muscleheads from there on out. Expedition 59 should have been the success. Alright, well, I mean, I had that thought even at the beginning, that with the amount of expeditions, but they've even had expedition members return and deliver journals and notes to the point where it's like, I don't know. It took quite a long time before someone came up with a better method, potentially. But ironically, finding out something like the Expedition 60 discovered that their training regiments actually proved to be incredibly useful, but then they ended up being one of the only expeditions that didn't end up returning any of their members. I mean, they tried. So the irony is that yeah, beyond Expedition 60, they should have ended this ages ago. But you do have people in the beginning that are pessimistic. They're like, why do we just keep sending expeditions to their deaths? That's all they're doing. Or one person says, they're just escaping. Maybe maybe, I don't know, maybe some people think that people are just leaving and just choosing not to come back. They're like, yeah, we're better off staying over here.
Je viens tout juste de finir de calibrer le convertisseur de Lumina. On pourra lancer les premiers tests dès qu'on arrivera sur le continent.
Parfait.
Dis, tu trouves pas que Lune a l'air préoccupée? Elle semble distante ces temps-ci.
Bah, c'est Lune, tu sais.
Peut-être, mais cette fois...
J'ai rien remarqué, mais tu la connais mieux que moi. Tu lui as parlé?
Non. Elle déteste qu'on lui pose des questions personnelles. Je la connais depuis qu'on a 6 ans, et crois-moi, elle déteste ça.
Ah oui, c'est vrai que vous étiez tous deux les apprentis de ses parents.
Ouais. Disons juste qu'on rigolait pas tous les jours avec eux.
J'imagine.
I just wanted to check something.
Prêt pour demain?
Oui. Oui. Et toi? Je me suis laissé dire que tu avais été élu commandant de la 32. Félicitations.
J'ai déjà repris le bureau d'Alan. La vue y est bien plus belle que depuis le mien.
Une vue de la peintresse? Franchement, tu es encore plus déjanté que je le croyais.
Elle ne sera plus là longtemps.
Mais si on échoue...
Quand l'un tombe, on continue. Si ça arrive, on prendra le relais. Mais je sais qu'on se reverra.
Gustave, on a quelque chose pour toi.
Wait, what would happen if I didn't talk to these kids?
Tiens, pour que tu puisses prendre des notes. Comme ça, quand tu reviendras, tu pourras tout nous raconter. Le musée le voudra à ton retour.
Would we not have gotten the journal?
Le récit complet de l'expédition qui a détruit la peintresse. Oh, et si jamais tu trouves des journaux des autres expéditions, pense à nous les rapporter surtout.
Je vous promets que je consignerai fidèlement la moindre de nos aventures, même les plus folles.
Et n'oublie pas les névrons surtout.
Ça va sans dire. Et en échange, jurez-vous solennellement de vous occuper du dôme bouclier en mon absence? La sécurité de Lumière est entre vos mains.
I see. So it'll be like, go talk to those kids. Hey, those kids want to talk to you. We're not leaving until you talk to those kids.
Promis. Promis.
Adrien?
Je mettrai à profit tout ce que vous nous avez enseigné, Monsieur G.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so she doesn't arrive until you talk to the kids.
Oh, j'oubliais. Ta sœur est ici, Gustave.
Oui, je sais. Je dois aller lui parler. Prenez soin les uns des autres. Ma petite sœur chérie est là. Elle me tuera si je ne lui dis pas au revoir. J'arrive pas à croire que tu sois en train de travailler.
C'est Tristan qui m'a traîné là.
C'est le dernier point? C'est fou que t'aies réussi à trianguler le site d'arrivée de l'expédition 0.
Ça reste une théorie basée sur nos archives. Mais c'était il y a 67 ans. Le relief a tellement changé.
J'ai confiance en tes calculs.
Merci.
C'est une bonne stratégie de les suivre à la trace. C'est la seule expédition qui a eu des survivants. Et ils ont atteint le monolithe alors.
Si nos archives et mes calculs sont corrects, et s'ils ont laissé des marques bien visibles et que les conditions n'ont pas trop changé...
Un verre te ferait du bien.
Va-t'en, Gustave.
Oh, wait, Gustave.
Ah, Gustave. C'est justement toi que je voulais voir.
Tu veux ta revanche, c'est ça?
Eh bien, c'est ma dernière chance, pas vrai?
À partir de demain, tu seras l'expert incontesté sur l'histoire des expéditions.
Demain, peut-être. Mais aujourd'hui,
Qui suis-je pour te contredire? Allez, d'accord. Vas-y.
Quand la fracture a-t-elle eu lieu?
Why am I doing this? Are they gonna give me Lumina points instead of our duplicate things we already have?
Tu plaisantes? C'est ça ta question?
Exactement. Quand notre monde a-t-il été ravagé? Ce qui a projeté notre luminosité au beau milieu de l'océan.
Il y a 67 ans.
Excellente réponse, très bien. Je reconnais que tu es notre expert indiscutable sur l'histoire de Lumière.
Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Même les enfants le savent. Le monolithe est comme un calendrier inversé, qui compte les années à l'envers depuis que la fracture s'est produite, en l'an 100.
Bon, d'accord. Question suivante alors. Quelle a été la première expédition à partir pour le continent?
L'expédition 0.
Exact. Et ça continue de me déranger d'ailleurs. Elle est partie en l'an 100, ça devrait être l'expédition 100. Ça n'a aucun sens. Lumière aura disparu bien avant que le monolithe arrive à 0. Bon. Allez, dernière question. Si tu trouves la réponse, peut-être que je te donnerai un jeton.
Speaking of the number, what was going on in the vision where it appeared to be CL and Verse was standing side by side, and there was a 3 number on the monolith? Remember, it looked like 150, but it could have been like 100. Was that not CL? I assumed it was a vision of the future, but then nothing ever happened with it. Unless it was a vision of the past.
C'est quoi une lumina?
Lumiere's unique brand of perfume.
Une capacité qu'on internalise après avoir utilisé un picto suffisamment souvent au combat.
Bravo, bien joué.
Bah, pas vraiment. Je te rappelle que c'est moi qui ai créé le convertisseur de Lumina, alors...
Bon. Je mets officiellement fin à notre querelle. Avec ton départ, Lumière perd un esprit brillant. Et moi...
Finalement, tu es un grand...
Bon, d'accord. Tiens, voilà un jeton. Fais-toi...
So is the implication that the monolith did actually say 100 at the start? And that for whatever reason, when they set out on the first expedition, they just called it 00? Or 0, rather? That's significantly more boring. So who was with him? It totally looked like CL. Because CL has this like crazy long sash coming off. And I swear it looked like CL. I wonder if we actually have... Do we have screenshots of it? Let me see. How far back can I go? Well, I'm saying I thought it was CL. You only see her backside. I don't know that it was CL. It was in a vision. So unfortunately, it seemed like something more interesting to me. It could have been Alicia, I guess. Was Alicia amongst the initial expeditioners? keep finding visions, but not that vision. Painted Alicia during the first fracture? I have no idea. Would she have just been chilling in the manor at the time? I think I've gone too far back now at this point. I'm looking. I can't find it. It probably would be easier just to go back through my previous streams. It had to have been after we met. Yeah, it had. I would think it would have to be. Yeah, it would have to be after we met Verso, because maybe it happened right after Verso, because we knew who Verso was at the time. I just always assumed that the monolith must have shown 00 and then went to 99. And that's why they decided to call their expedition 0 instead of 100. Were they just saving space on sewing the sashes? Okay, this is kind of crazy though, because I did. This was when I mentioned that she was slightly taller than Mael. But my goodness me, she is only just slightly taller than Mael during this cutscene. We're talking about like an inch. Crazy. Well, yeah. Obviously, they got 00 from the 100. That guy even just mentioned it. He hated that they did 0. They did 00 instead of 100. I figured that that's why they went with 00 instead of 100, because the monolith was displaying 00. And so they decided to call their expedition 00. Because at that point, you wouldn't have known that it was counting down, because we were talking about that when we first started playing, that at what point would it make sense that they were doing yearly expeditions. The first expedition would make sense. They were looking for survivors, they were exploring, but they still decided to call it Expedition 0. But that would have made sense to me if the monolith suddenly appeared and showed the numbers 0 or 00, then maybe it would make sense that they're like, well, we don't know why it says 0 on that mysterious monolith over there, but I guess we'll call ourselves Expedition 00 because that's what it says on the monolith. So that would have made sense to me. It kind of weirds me out that they decided to call their Expedition 00 if the monolith actually did display the number 100. Oh, I assume this is from a gameplay standpoint. that they had a taller model already in the game, and that's why it was obvious that when she switched from being Mael to Alicia, that they just simply used the same model as Alicia in the cutscenes. And that's a broad jump. It would make sense that Aline would paint Alicia as she was. But honestly, that could even be further forward. See, I just immediately assumed just now, okay, it makes sense, actually. They even had a separate model that they made for Alicia, and she was taller than Mael. You can even see that she's taller in the cutscenes. But now that I'm going over my screenshots, I can see that she's not that much taller than her. So now we're talking about, like, going way further down the line where they were like, we're going to make her model significantly taller. Which could, well, I don't know. Other than Aline just taking liberties with making her daughter shorter in her painted version, maybe that could lend to how much more time has passed in the real world since Aline has been in the canvas. That could also lend itself to potentially how much time passes in the canvas versus the real world, if potentially Aline has been in the painting for as much as a couple years. Which would be nuts. At least Aline is sitting down while she's in the canvas. If they can be in a canvas for years, then we have to assume that their bodies are in some kind of stasis. There's no other way around it. Otherwise, you'd have to be wondering about aging and just their overall health in the real world. So they have to be in some kind of weird trapped stasis state whenever they're inside of a canvas. Oh, she 100% did. Oh, no. Well, I mean, I guess technically speaking, Aline painted Mael. If all newborn Lumierans are technically painted creations from... well, I mean, Mael's height is kind of irrelevant, I guess. Well, I don't know. Subject might actually have a point. The discrepancy in height might just be from the difference in aging of the painted shell that Alicia's in when she's Mael. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, but yeah, that's actually a fair point. The difference in heights in the models. But I guess if we're comparing the models to the cutscene, there is still a height discrepancy between the painted Alicia and then the real Alicia when she comes to be. But yeah, Mael's height, I guess, wouldn't really matter. We can't say for certain that Mael's shell would be the same in its aging as somebody like Alicia. In that case, that brings back the whole age thing to where we actually don't we don't know the age of Alicia when she enters the painting. She could be 16, 17, 18. Who knows? If we're just comparing heights to Shell painted Mael and Alicia painted. And then the height of the actual Alicia when she's freed from Mael's shell. See, now I'm thinking about like the periods of time we're gonna have like in a movie or a TV show. We are still gonna have all these crucial points in the story where like it suddenly shows back in time and it shows Alicia entering the canvas for this first time. There's too many parts of this story that seem too crucial to try to trim it down into a freaking 2-hour movie. We need more time. Well, you would have to hope, because yeah, and I feel like it would be a no-brainer. They should be trying to shop it around as a TV series. But then why are they purporting that they're trying to make it into a movie right now? When they should. I feel like they should realistically be trying to shop it around as a movie. Or as a TV series instead of a movie. Alright, anyways. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that's how it ends up happening, but I feel like it's still a long ways off.
Tu as bu tout ça?
No, what do you mean? There's no way it could be delayed. Now, you're going the polar opposite of a movie to stretch. The beach scene by episodes 4 or 5? What? That'd be crazy. They don't even take off on the expedition until halfway through the season? That would be insane. I'll maybe concede that it's possible that they could do the Gamage by the end of episode 2. Even though I think it would probably be fine just making an extra long first episode. But they have got to go to the beach by episode 3, even if it's at the end of the episode. Having them arrive on the beach at the end of an episode does feel like it would make sense. Because that would be a great cliffhanger. Having them show up on the beach, Renoir is there, they get slaughtered, screen goes to black, roll credits. And then the next episode you would have Gustav showing up. But that's got to be episode 3. At the very least, episode 3. That they arrive at the beach by the end of it. Beach scene for sure. Gamage definitely has to be at the end of an episode. And then the arrival to the beach and them getting slaughtered has to be at the end of an episode. 100%.
T'as l'intention de me faire la morale?
J'oserais pas. Je calculais juste combien il m'en fallait pour te rattraper.
Commence tout de suite, ça vaut mieux. Tiens, en voilà un. À Sophie, qui a toujours été si entière, ma meilleure amie, si prompte à défendre les siens.
À Sophie.
To Sophie.
Mais demain, ça risque de cogner dur.
Demain viendra. Mais c'est pas encore le cas. Et hors de question que j'y aille sobre.
Sobre, c'est quand même mieux que d'avoir la gueule de bois, non?
Non, pas pour ça.
Je comprends.
Va donc boire un coup.
We're not drinking. We're not drinking. We're on the mood for drinks.
Salut Amandine.
Eh, salut mon mignon. T'arrives pile à temps. Je coupe les cheveux de tout le monde avant qu'on y aille. Faut qu'on soit tous sur notre 31 pour quand on verra.
C'est sûr que c'est important. Tu peux me les couper à moi aussi?
Sans problème. Ce sera juste un jeton.
Yeah, what happens if we give her a token? At least give us some Lumina instead of whatever you got.
Voyons ce que tu sais faire.
Lindsay tries to experiment with Gustav's hair. It just says new outfit unlocked, but didn't we already have that?
Tu es absolument splendide. Au moins tu mourras en étant bien coiffé.
See, I don't want to miss out because we read that there is new. Did we not already have this unlocked? We had to have had it already unlocked, surely. But yeah, we read that there are new pickups, new rewards in New Game Plus.
Bonjour Gustave. Peut-être que l'un de ces artefacts pourrait s'avérer utile pour ta mission.
Tu nous as fait des cachotteries, Colette. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?
Des reliques d'avant la fracture, transmises de génération en génération. Le Conseil les considère comme des babioles sans valeur. Mais je ne suis pas de cet avis.
C'est gentil de ta part de les partager avec nous.
Je ne suis peut-être pas capable de me joindre à l'expédition, mais j'aimerais quand même me rendre utile. Un jeton, c'est tout ce que je te demande.
Ah, j'aurais dû m'en douter. Oui, je suis curieux.
Prends-en soin et bonne chance.
An old key for an old door. So you don't think that they could fit the entire game's story into the first season? If you could spread it out, that's tough. I mean, if you were wanting to make this particular story into at least 2 seasons, honestly, and if you're wanting to spread it as much as Music's wanting to spread it, you could probably put the demise of Gustav at the end of the first season. Honestly, you could probably do 3 seasons worth. If you, depending on how many episodes we're talking, like maybe an 8-episode season per, you could probably do 1 act per season. If you wanted to save Gustav's demise for the end of season 1, it'd be pretty significant. It would be pretty significant. Yeah, if they could do it, if they could write it out, it'd be pretty good. It would be pretty good having the first season end with the death of Gustav. It would be like Game of Thrones. Too soon? What's too soon? Yeah, it would be like the death of Stark. Character, you would definitely have had, if they managed to write it to where you could have the end of Act 1 be the end of Season 1, it'd be a perfect shocking moment to have at the end of Season 1. The funny thing is that we're talking about the potential of them chopping around this story to do a trilogy of movies. And if they were going to do that, it would make sense. If they were going to do that, it would make sense to do the same thing with a movie format. Have Gustav's death at the end of the first movie. Yeah, that would be good. Whether they did a trilogy of movies or a trilogy of seasons, having Gustav die at the end of the first season or the first movie would make sense. It'd be pretty impactful. Alright, speaking of Act 1, maybe we should start Act 1. I think we're more or less done here.
La conseillère en chef nous honore de sa présence. Alors, tu m'en veux toujours de m'en aller?
Ces expéditions ne sont qu'une perte de temps. Mon frère est plus intelligent que ça en général.
Ah oui? Pourtant tu me répètes sans cesse le contraire.
Tu sais tout aussi bien que moi combien la situation politique est complexe. Ces expéditions sont vitales pour le moral. Mais d'un autre côté, c'est comme si on vous envoyait à la guillotine sans voir le résultat.
Tu devrais ajouter ça à ton discours. C'est extrêmement motivant. Comme ça, tu auras le droit de te faire guillotiner toi aussi.
Il y a tant de choses que tu pourrais faire ici, à Lumière. Des choses qui auraient un vrai impact.
Emma, tu fais de l'excellent travail, vraiment. Tout préparé pour la dernière génération, c'est... Je sais que tu as les choses en main. Laisse-moi faire ce que je peux là-bas, et nous donner à tous une chance de vivre.
Nous ne nous reverrons plus jamais.
C'est déjà quasiment le cas de toute façon. Tu es tellement occupé.
Veille bien sur Maëlle, d'accord? Je n'arrive pas à croire que tu aies accepté qu'elle t'accompagne.
Eh, elle est aussi sous ta responsabilité. Essaie un peu de l'arrêter pour voir.
Nous sommes ses tuteurs, pas ses geôliers. Et elle a vraiment envie de s'en aller.
Tu n'as pas un discours à donner?
Celui que tu m'as si gentiment écrit, tu veux dire?
Ce n'était que quelques suggestions. Je pensais que ça t'aiderait à comprendre.
Ah, je comprends. C'est juste que... Enfin, bref. Tu as raison. C'est l'heure de mon discours.
This will conclude the festival. Expedition 33 will depart. Honestly, that gets me really excited for a potential live-action adaptation. Only if they decide to shop it as a trilogy of films or a trilogy of seasons. And that's the problem. They need to be able to convince a studio to pick it up in that broad of a scope. Because the end of Act 1 and the end of Act 2 would both make perfect cliffhangers for, like, seasons of television. It'd be so good. It'd be so powerful, each of those situations. Alright, let's do this. Let's get Act 1 underway.
Membre de l'expédition. Le glaive de lumière. Nous honorons votre sacrifice. Nous vous remercions de consacrer la dernière année de votre vie à faire en sorte que l'espoir perdure à Lumière. Certains d'entre vous partent pour changer le monde. D'autres pour tenter de découvrir les secrets de l'univers. Ou bien pour protéger ceux qu'ils aiment. D'autres encore veulent trouver un sens à notre si fragile existence. Vous qui vous élancez dans l'inconnu, sachez que nous sommes avec vous. Et quand vous affronterez la Paintresse, sachez que Lumière se battra avec vous. Que les pierres de son monolithe s'effondrent. Que son corps gise brisé au bout du monde. Incapable de peindre une autre mort. Que les étoiles ne soient plus cachées par sa silhouette oppressante. Et que le monde puisse à nouveau voir le soleil se lever sans l'ombre de sa sinistre présence. Puisse le vent du renouveau vous emmener jusqu'au bout du monde. Demain viendra. Grâce à vous.
Expédition 33.
All right, we're starting the game. Is this the guy that I commented looked like a Verso cosplayer?
Tenez-vous prêts. Vous êtes vieux? Comment avez-vous survécu au gommage? De quelle expédition êtes-vous?
Repliez-vous!
Yeah, we haven't watched this cutscene since the beginning. So yeah, that's a nice detail. So presumably he like brings her back to the manor right at that point. Gets her out of there and brings her to the manor.
Il nous suit pas. Oh putain, c'est qui? C'est qui ce mec?
Merde! On fait quoi maintenant?
On se regroupe au point de ralliement. L'arbre indigo.
Merde! Courez! Allez, bouge! Réveille-toi!
Don't turn your back! Ah! How did he survive it? We don't know. Who saved Gustav? Yeah, they didn't seem very well prepared, did they? They were completely caught off guard. Yeah, that sequence, them landing on the beach, hits so hard. It's so good. I was expecting the game to be a little more horror focused. Having gone into this game not knowing anything about it, that sequence opening, I was like, oh damn. What in the Silent Hill is going on here? But I would say that while there's some horrific elements in this game, It's nowhere near as bad as that opening beach sequence makes it out. There's definitely some nightmarish visuals throughout the game, though, when it comes to, like, the bodies. Expedition 60. We need a prequel Expedition, a prequel Claire Obscure game where we get to play Expedition 60. It would be a filler episode, but you definitely also want an episode in a TV series to be all about Expedition 60. Yeah, we don't really have a good explanation for how he survived. That dude blasted him so hard that he got flung over into the spring meadows. And thankfully he landed on a soft patch of grass. That's what we have to assume. Or he got thrown back into the water, and the water led him down a river, which led him to coming down this waterfall? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, look. I don't think I ever picked this chroma up before. Yeah, there's not a grand explanation as to how in the world he ended up here. Esquier? Esquier would be a fun idea if Esquier managed to rescue like a few of them and then dropped them over here. Like that's something that could have been revealed at a later time. But then would that be too many moments? Well, no, I don't know. I mean, why not? Why not have it be known that Esquier goes out of his way to rescue expeditioners every once in a while? No. If they were gonna do an Expedition 60 episode, it would be a single episode. You can't put a pause. People would be pissed. Newcomers would be pissed because it would be a filler episode. I guarantee, as much fun as it would be to watch Expedition 60, if you put a pause on the story to keep having a long flashback to Expedition, it wouldn't work. There's no way it would work in a television format. If you want to do an Expedition 60, it could be one episode. One single 1 hour episode that ends with this guy swimming back. They wouldn't. You have to consider how much people hate filler episodes. If there is a main story and you put the main story on pause, you mean just go back to it every once in a while? I don't know. And it wouldn't be able to be in. It would have to be in like season 3. It would it would have to be a season 3. But yeah, I don't think they would do more than one episode. I'm assuming that they did, assuming that they showed Expedition 60 at all, it would only be one episode. And it would have to be season 3, which actually kind of works out because they would have to, it's still filler. You don't know what a filler episode is then, subject. Filler episodes are where they put the main story on pause to tell something else. Usually it's flashbacks. Expedition 60 would be a flashback episode. It puts the main story on pause to tell another story. That's what a filler episode is. And most people don't like filler episodes. People hate flashback episodes. It would be fun. It would 100% be fun. But how do you have a main story and main cast and then go, oh, we're having an episode for Expedition 60. Okay, now we're back to the main story. Oh, but here's now another one. You would end up getting a train of haters that would be like, I really liked Season 3, except for the Expedition 60 episodes. As much as we would like the Expedition 60 episodes, there would be people who just watch the show that would not like the Expedition 60 episodes. Filler episodes don't mean they're not canon. They're putting, yeah, it's a B story. It puts the A story on pause to tell a B story. Well, fillers are inevitable, but it doesn't matter. Okay, this is... it's filler episodes are gonna happen. If you can tell a good story without filler episodes, it's fine. But filler episodes happen. They do happen. And for some people, it's why watching week to week kind of sucks. You don't want to have... If you're waiting 1 week in between episodes, or sometimes months, you don't want filler episodes. If you're watching the season as a whole, filler episodes aren't bad. If you're able to watch like a season and you're able to immediately jump into the next episode, filler episodes are totally fine. The filler episodes suck when you're watching week to week to week. And I didn't say it. I said repeatedly, I said we would like episodes. So you said, aren't they going to want fillers since they're already fans? Are you talking about fans of the game? Fans of the game would probably love it. Any filler episode is going to be great for fans of the game, because they already know what the story is about. Fans of the game would love it. Absolutely, 100% they would love it. But you don't want it to overstay its welcome. Showing an episode of Expedition 60 should be just something fun. You don't want it overtaking your season. You don't want it to overtake your A story. And if you have multiple episodes, that's what you're going to end up doing. You're going to be oversaturating your main story. No. Well, no, not necessarily. It transcends. When you have it, that's bad. If you end up having a TV show or an adaptation and most of the people watching are only fans of the game, that's bad. You don't want that. If you want a successful series, you want it to be good enough that it's going to transcend games and it's going to go beyond. I guarantee there's probably more fans of the Lord of the Rings movies than there are people who are fans of the books at this point. But yeah, it's irrelevant. You want to make the TV series. You never ever want to approach an adaptation just solely of satisfying fans of the series. You would be completely mucking up a proper story format for a TV series or a movie if all you were doing is... You need to... That's why it's super important, too, when you're making any kind of adaptation. You have to be constantly producing the stories from the outset that you don't know what's going to be happening. You aren't familiar with the games. You need to tell it in a way that you don't know what's going to happen. You constantly have that in movies, in tropes and stuff, where people forget to make sure that's an important factor in your storytelling. You never ever want a part where somebody's watching it and they're going, how does that character know that? Well, because they read the script. They know that because they know something's going to happen in the future. So you need to get out of the mindset when you're writing a story of, like, people already know this thing. And that should be the fun. That is going to be, if they ever make this right, that is going to be the fun aspect for a lot of fans of the game. They're going to be wanting to show the adaptation to people who aren't familiar with the game. And people who enjoyed the story from the game are going to be looking forward to being able to share the story with people that maybe weren't able to experience. I know I have lots of people that would not be able to sit down and watch all of my gameplay to experience the story. And an adaptation is perfect for them. We've already experienced the story. The story is great. We experienced it when playing it. The adaptation should be a way to further expose this brilliant story to a whole new audience. And that's where like tons of fans of games and books are usually like, I can't wait to show you this so you can get to experience it too. Should we have put his colorful hair back on? We kept the bun that she gave us. Oh, nice. Well, I was wondering. That answers that. Reserve team? What? Why? Why does my reserve team exist? This is crazy. Crazy. So can we bring in more than one person into these fights at this point in the game? For the A team? I feel like we should keep Gustav alone. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep Gustav alone for the moment. Let's put his sweet rock star hair back on. What about skills? Okay, so we only have his 2 skills. So they're not giving us access to his other skills yet. You a rock star. I kind of like her punk rock look with this outfit. She's got kind of a baby metal thing going on. Actually, I say that. Yeah, should we just leave her in this? Caleb from Beartooth. What is Beartooth? Is that a band? Beartooth. You think our Mael looks like Caleb from Beartooth? I'm not seeing it. What? I'm assuming Caleb is the lead singer. Do you mean Gustav? Why does she look like Caleb? Does he? Let's see. What would we type in? Black eyeliner? He's wearing makeup here. I'm not finding anything. With her hairstyle, I thought she was giving me. Her hair reminds having her wear her hair like that and a skirt was reminding me more of Baby Metal, not some random guy from another band. Some random guy. Yeah, this is the vibes I was getting from her. You see the two on the left and the right. But then, like, as soon as I said that, I was like, oh, maybe actually her Oskio and Eskie outfit make more sense to be as Baby Metal. Looks like they gave her clothes from Versus Drafts look like they basically made her a Baby Metal outfit. If we wanted to put one of those on. The only thing that's different, like if we got one of these in black, she would totally look Baby Metal. We'll leave her in her Lumiere outfit for now. I'm sure you'd go check out Baby Metal. They're pretty awesome. It's like it's like a mix of J-pop and metal. So yeah, we'll see. These are pre-rendered. I'm assuming same thing happened with Mael. We only had it with just the brief cutscene with Mael. But yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna see Lune in her Clea form in this cutscene. Yeah, see, like this is definitely going from that Dark Shores scene where everybody gets massacred and then coming into this creepy like Elgin of like bodies and what looks like blood and everything. This is all very Nightmare Fuel. I mean, you can't blame him for feeling hopeless. Could you imagine, like, all your expeditioners, you just find them like this, and you're like, what? How are we supposed to beat this? This is insanity. I think that's the CL cosplayer.
Si tu fais ça, on meurt tous les deux.
There she is. There's our Clea Lune.
Et... Putain de merde.
Oh man, you could really ruin these scenes, couldn't you?
Réveille-toi, Gustave.
If you give them like the gestural hair, something.
Les autres.
Je sais. Il ne reste plus que nous. Mourir n'est pas une option.
Ce n'est qu'une question de temps avant qu'on... On est déjà mort. Regarde autour de nous. Regarde.
Non, on n'est pas encore mort. Quand l'un de nous tombe, on continue. Debout. On doit trouver un endroit sûr. Le coin grouille de Névron.
Lucien. J'ai pas...
Ce n'est pas le moment. Le convertisseur de Lumina a l'air intact. Il est temps de le tester en conditions réelles.
Putain. Putain.
Oh no, he's still by himself. Even after we got Lune. Speaking of which, why is this weapon not working the way it's supposed to? Does it not work the same way with Gustav?
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
Alright, so we need to add... Yeah, we at the very least we need to add Lune to the team.
On a réussi, Gustave.
You did nothing.
Voyons si ton invention est à la hauteur de sa réputation.
You sat off to the side and watched.
Ça marche vraiment. On n'est pas encore mort.
Ouais.
Allez, viens. Il y a peut-être d'autres survivants à l'arbre indigo.
Yep, we get no bonuses on any of these weapons. Well, we might as well not bother with the Dualiso then. Ooh, I like the look of some of these variants. I miss having his gun. Yeah. I mean, we removed Cheater from Verso because we were gonna use Dualiso just for the hell of it. Look at how crazy this one is. Giant cannon. Gorbsog, just such a good look. Too many good-looking weapons. We're gonna switch to this one. Fire. We'd actually be taking a big hit if we went down to that one, though. We should use it anyways. Hold on, what was the other one? There was another one that I really like the look of. Or we could stay on the dually, so it is one of my favorite looking weapons. I love the purple, and it looks great on his gun, too. This one looks so cool, though. I love the look of this. Added blade onto his weapon, the blue. Milo, what are you doing, boy? What are you doing? Where are you gonna go? What you doing? He's gonna try to make this work. Noah's like, what's happening? Yeah, we're gonna use this one. I like the way it looks. Should we give him Simon's floaty hair? I kind of wish I had left the floaty hair on Versa. Yeah, like I said, I'm bummed out. Now I'm thinking we are... I would love it if it changes the outfit for that one sequence. I'm only thinking of the one sequence. I'm assuming if they made it so that Gustav's death sequence can't be custom, is everybody else the same way too? Did they just make that entire sequence non-custom? Apart from seeing over his shoulder, do we see Verso anytime up until that point? I don't know how I feel about this hair. I guess they can both have floaty hair. Ooh, that's kind of a bummer. The hair really needed to have better, like, motion, like floating back and forth. It's a little too rigid coming off the back. Yeah, it needs to be more like Clea's hair. Yeah, it's a little too jolting out like this. It needs to like flow in water in the same way. I don't recall which cutscenes. Which cutscenes do we see of him before Gustav? Yeah, I'm not liking this I'm not liking this Simon hair. It's not as good as Clea's. It's crazy. We're gonna use it for a little bit, though. No, those don't count. I mean, like, present verso. So no visions. And he's definitely not gonna be... He's not gonna have a custom outfit in those, surely. Those all gotta be pre-renders. Are you telling me that he has the custom outfits are in those Nightmare Vision sequences? I'm talking about like, with him. Actual verso. So there's the sequence where you see him, you can just see his shoulder, and then he shows up. But do we see him show up in any sequence before then? The one where we see him with CL, or who I thought was CL, that's gotta be after we met him, though. The birthday cake, yeah, that's definitely before we met him. Because we didn't know who he was at the time. With Mael holding the birthday cake. Before that sequence, is he in other nightmares before the standing next to Mael and the rest of the family? Was that Clea to the left of Verso? I guess you don't need to answer that. We'll find out when we get back to it. I remember there being another woman, but I didn't know who she was at the time.
La chroma coule à flot. Éléments, convergez!
His hair looks so dark right here. He's been deep in the shadows.
Intéressant. Voilà qui devrait aider.
What? Why'd you go over here? Why did he go over? Why did he go over there?
C'est une maison?
Elle a l'air abandonnée.
He went and stood in the corner.
Pigment tombé.
Oh, génial!
L'arbre indigo n'est pas trop loin d'ici. Si d'autres s'en sont tirés, on les retrouvera sans doute là-bas.
Ouais.
It's CL piping in there. CL, you're not supposed to be here yet. Pretend like you're not here.
Appréciable.
Voilà qui devrait aider.
Man, that'd be crazy if you could change their look in the nightmare sequences. Would that be too much?
Ça y est, nous y voilà.
Oui. Le continent. L'arbre indigo est par là-bas.
Yeah, like look at how much further away it looks now. So far away. I like Spring Meadows. Spring Meadows is so nice. Other than the nightmare mashup of bodies. Other than that, Spring Meadows is super beautiful and relaxing.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
Élément convergé.
Ce sera utile.
Alright, well their health hasn't really been amplified too much, but at least they hit harder. We could bump up everybody's health, I guess. We could bump up everybody's health a little bit more.
Que l'encre coule.
Oh, it's because we have inverted infinity on him. That's why he's got black hair. I like it in black. Give us the black hair variant. Yeah. That's why we got killed in one hit on that one guy. More.
Pigmentillé.
Alright. Yeah, we're too OP, man. We need to bump up their health. It's either that or we put a cap on our damage. One or the other. We didn't even need to break that mime. Should we? Should we bump it up at least 25? Oh, there is no 25. I don't know. What are we thinking? We don't have to go overboard. We could do enemy life multiplier. So we could do double. Maybe 5? Let's see how 5 goes.
Une tempête approche. Éléments convergés. Pigment tendu.
Not much of a difference. Well, not that he's anyway. But I feel like the mime should have been a little bit tougher, right? You should have to still break the mime. I feel like anyways.
Une tempête approche. Prépare-toi à mourir.
I'm pretty sure we have it on expert. I guess I could double check. Yeah, it is.
Super.
Well, that's what we talked about that at the top of the stream, whether or not there was going to be balances, because the way I described it is that I would like for the normal enemies to be kind of like mini bosses. But how do you balance out trying to make the normal enemies mini bosses without making the bosses incredibly difficult?
Danger.
Vers toi.
Ces arbres bleus.
Quelque chose perturbe la chroma par ici. Attention. Oh, génial! Que l'encre coule. Éléments convergés. Prête à esquiver.
toi.
Continuons d'avancer.
Yeah, the damage they're doing is good. But we just need some more
Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
health. I designed my build around Verso apparently for this. I wish I left Cheater on him. But we added all these extra base attacks just for the fun of it. Designed around Dueliso. All right, I can't take his crazy Simon hair. Have your normal hair, Gustav. Or do we give him white Gustav hair? Are you guys liking the Simon hair? Do we like the big flowy hair?
Super.
Normal Gustav. I remember thinking that like breaking light posts was gonna be something in this game.
Quelqu'un est passé avant nous. Regarde ces prises.
Sans doute l'expédition 69, celle des grimpeurs.
Merci à eux en tout cas. C'est étrange. Pourquoi il nous attaque pas?
En tout cas, il a attaqué les autres. Un journal d'expédition. La 81. Apprendre de ceux qui sont passés avant nous.
Et montrer la voie à ceux qui nous suivront.
Expédition 81, René. Fabuleuse découverte. C'est le premier névron avec lequel nous parvenons à communiquer. Il a l'air coincé dans cette grotte. Comme d'habitude, Grégoire se montre extrêmement soupçonneux. Mais cela pourrait radicalement changer notre compréhension des névrons et de la peintre...
Ils ont communiqué avec un névron.
Ici, les morts ne disparaissent pas comme la lumière. Leur chroma reste à l'intérieur de leur corps.
Sur la plage, certains ont disparu.
Mais lui n'était pas un névron.
Il y a quelque chose dans la manière dont les névrons nous tuent qui semble affecter notre chroma.
Peut-être que ton ami va nous éclairer. Il sait vraiment parler.
Comment ça, de la lumière?
C'est toi qui as tué ces gens?
Tu as été peint? Par la peintresse? Si on lui apporte de la lumière, on en apprendra davantage.
Pas sûr que ce soit une bonne idée.
I would want to fight them this time around, but not if that one guy is going to give us Lumina again. We would have to wait until we see him to fight these guys.
Des fusées!
Des survivants!
Vite!
What about this stuff? Can we break through this stuff early? Aw. They took our glowing rock smashing ability away.
Super.
Éléments, convergez! Que l'encre coule. Oh, génial.
It's always Ciel. She's always making the marks. Well, if we want to get free upgraded items, it's making me not want to skip anybody.
Une tempête approche. Une tempête approche.
It's not bad. They're not bad.
Excellent.
We could probably bump them a little more, but it's not bad. I want to get to a fresh boss. Did we pass a chromatic? I feel like we passed a chromatic boss.
Éléments, convergez! Prête à esquiver. La chroma coule. Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
Now I'm curious to go back. Did I fight a chromatic boss and I didn't realize it? Is my memory that bad? Like, was he just that inconsequential? I fought the mime. We fought a big guy. Who am I thinking of? I just need that list. That boss list. Spring Meadows. Is that who I'm looking for? No, I don't. Like I said, unless I did it and I didn't realize it, I think we missed him. Hey, let's go back. Oh, there he is. I see him.
Celui-là a l'air dangereux. Il m'a entendu.
Bloody hell. We did 2 million with that head explode. I wanted to see what whether or not this would be a good sample of whether or not we should bump them even more.
Que l'encre coule.
I like that we're getting these upgraded pickups.
On peut s'en servir.
I don't know. Should we bump it more? We have their health increased times 5. At what point does it start to feel too artificial? Oh, I missed this. Alright, let's go back. Let's go back! Did we get his light? Did I pick it up and not realize it?
On devrait pouvoir allumer quelque chose avec ça.
Here, buddy. Light it, help me shine, make me complete. Long have I awaited this light. Let's join the others. You have to tell us more. Felt my mistress guiding me. I could almost hear her. Must have more light to understand what she asks of me. Shine, I need to shine once more.
Qu'est-ce qu'il voulait dire en parlant de lumière?
See, I assumed we were going to be coming back to him.
Semblable à celui-là. Il pourrait avoir des choses à nous apprendre.
Am I crazy? I can't be the only one that thought that. I thought for sure, like, oh, his light went out. We're going to have to find him more resin. And then we're going to be doing more stuff with Jar. And then that never happened. Never happened. I thought he was going to be like the Jar from Elden Ring, and we would be bringing him on adventures with us. Look at Jar coming back in a sequel. Did you finally bring me more light? It's been years.
Merde. Il est énorme. On se replie.
Putain de merde.
I love it. I wish we got more cutscenes with more bosses.
Gustave, esquive. Que l'encre coule. Élément convergé.
Don't feel threatened. Oops. Oh, gosh. We'll never not forget. It's like the beginning of the game all over again. Well, maybe we should bring him back to life.
Que l'encre coule.
Prête à esquiver. Je m'en occupe. Je m'en occupe.
One off. One off from our overcharge. Let's use it anyways.
Laisse-moi peindre la mort!
Oh, it looks so much cooler with the purple. I love it. How are we missing this? How much critical do I have with her?
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Yeah, man, why didn't we get more cool cutscenes against boss fights? I thought this was going to be like a norm. We needed more of these. Thankfully, all the DLCs had cool cutscenes. I want every boss to have a sweet cutscene to cap us out with.
On fêtera ça plus tard. Il y en aura d'autres. On sera en sécurité là-haut.
Ouais.
I still think Leo's alive.
Putain, personne.
Still hanging there.
Attends, il y a un message sur le mur. J'ai emmené Maël jusqu'aux étranges coraux. Aller vers le nord, chercher une porte dans une hutte.
Maël.
Ça n'a aucun sens. Qui a bien pu écrire ça? On dirait quelqu'un de l'expédition. Mais tout le monde sait qu'il faut signer ces messages.
Oui, mais s'ils étaient pressés.
Je suis pas sûre. J'ai pas l'impression que ce soit quelqu'un de l'équipe. Et si c'était un piège? L'homme sur la plage?
Non, c'est la seule piste qu'on ait. Celui qui a écrit ça connaît Maël. On doit y aller.
Non. Pas tout de suite. Le protocole dit qu'on doit se retrouver au point de ralliement et d'attendre 3 jours. Ce message sonne faux. Si c'était quelqu'un de l'expédition, il nous aurait attendus ici. Tout le monde connaît le protocole.
Oui, mais peut-être qu'ils étaient en danger. Si ça se trouve, ils ont dû fuir devant une attaque. Les choses sont différentes sur le terrain, Lune.
N'empêche...
Un protocole ne couvre jamais toutes les éventualités. Tu le sais, ça.
Il y a une raison. C'est le protocole. Le protocole a été conçu pour répondre de manière optimale à la plupart des situations.
Et le fait que toute notre équipe se soit fait tuer, ça te semble optimal, ça? Écoute. Moi, je vais chercher Maël. Ah, et le protocole dit aussi de ne jamais rester seul. Je te laisse choisir quelle règle enfreindre.
I mean, they never checked his pulse. Leo's just been sitting there, stuck to a rock, until he was gommaged. That's what I imagine probably happened.
Ce sera utile.
Can we go back there from here? Where's he at? Did he vanish? Where did he get pinned to? Was it this? Was it this right here? Where'd his body go? I just love the idea of Leo sitting there like, no, hopefully they'll come and get me as soon as they're done fighting that thing. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Poor Leo. How do I get this? His body should be over here. Vanished. What? Bloody hell. Alright. I don't think either of you guys look very comfy. I'm not a cat. What do I know?
Donc, le message disait d'aller au nord jusqu'aux étranges coraux, c'est ça?
Et une porte dans une hutte.
A door in a hut. Should we go try to fight this pink guy? We need Eskie. He doesn't get like a sudden crazy boost. I think it would make sense to give him a crazy boost. He's one hitting us. If I can remember his movesets, which I don't at all.
À ton tour de danser.
Alright, this is good.
Quelle chance.
La douce odeur du combat.
Can't read that bottom one. His bloody face is covering it up. Seriously, why can't I read this? Alright, we might be seeing... We need to hit him like something heavy. Oh my gosh, come on, what? What the hell?
À ton tour de danser.
I like how hard they hit still. I still haven't given you... Still haven't given you a way to break people.
Celui que j'aime. Bonne pioche.
Can I even do Burning Canvas with my L? How much does Burning Canvas cost? I know I can't do Stendhal.
La douce odeur du combat.
I'm guessing there's a reason I removed it. So I'm assuming that Burning Canvas costs too much.
m'échappera pas.
What are you resistant to? What am I attacking him with? Yeah, that's probably why I removed it. I could probably luck out and do something like Burning Canvas, but there's no point.
Pour celui que j'aime. Prête.
Ok.
La douce odeur du combat. Ça va saigner.
J'ai vu ton avenir.
À toi de briller.
Ça va faire mal.
Yeah, because we don't ever have more than 4 AP with this weapon. But we have enough AP gains on free shots that we could potentially do the higher ones. But most of the time it just makes more sense to just, especially on Cheater, give herself Virtuose, sacrifice her to 1 health, and then just use the gradient from that, assuming that we don't have Virtuose to start with. Couple that with CL, Fortune's Fury, and it's too easy to do, and it's pretty devastating. Luna, what are you doing, baby girl? You can lay right here? She wants to lay next to her sister, but she can't figure out how. Come here. You can lay right here. Is there anything we should do before going into Flying Waters?
On devrait dresser le camp.
Je vais bien. Continuons.
She wants to make
On trouvera pas Maël si on est mort.
Gosh, girl. You've really figured out a way. Just smush yourself right in the middle of Milo and Nova. She's like, no, I don't want to lay off to the side. I want to be in the middle. Ridiculous. Yeah, part of me's thinking like I should probably get off, but I want to keep playing. Girls, stop bathing for a second. No? If not, then we're sending video to Cleo. Flying Waters is probably going to be too long, right? Should we say Flying Waters? Flying Waters is when we meet back up with Mael. I don't know. Maybe we'll go in there. I know we can use Mael at any time, but I wanna fit with the narrative. So let's go find Mael. Alright, subject, good night. Good night. Farewell. Until next time.
Commençons par dresser le camp.
We gotta do camp first.
Désolé pour tout à l'heure. La plage, c'était pas ta faute.
Si, au contraire. J'ai convaincu Alan de débarquer là-bas.
Bon. On pourrait se reposer. Mais la lune est claire, on devrait continuer.
La plage ne t'a donc rien appris?
Hors de question que je laisse Maël seul plus que nécessaire.
Sauf que pour l'instant, on n'est que deux, et j'ai aucune envie de rapporter ton cadavre à Maël. On doit absolument peser le pour et le contre. Tu as vu ce que cet homme a fait. Mais surtout, tu as vu son visage. Il doit avoir quoi? 50? 60 ans? Et il a survécu au gommage. On ignore à qui on a affaire. On a perdu tout le monde en un instant.
Exactement. Il les a tous tués si facilement. Il n'a pas besoin d'un faux message. Lucien. Lucien est mort. Pour me sauver. Et Tristan. Margot, il les a tous. Je refuse de laisser Maël mourir ici. Je la ramène à la maison.
Quoi? Non! Non, non! On a une mission!
J'emmerde la mission! J'emmerde la mission, Lune! Tu veux qu'on fasse quoi, hein? Dis-moi! Tu veux qu'on fasse quoi? Tu crois qu'on va pouvoir tuer la peintresse à nous trois? Avec mon pistolet et tes étincelles?
J'ignorais que tu étais un lâche.
Je ne suis pas un lâche.
Tu as prêté serment. Quand l'un tombe, on continue.
Ouais, je sais.
Quand l'un tombe. Quand un de nous tombe. Pas si. Quand. On savait qu'on s'en tirerait pas tous. Mais on continue. Aussi longtemps que l'un de nous sera en vie, notre lutte n'est pas terminée.
Je n'ai pas peur de me battre, mais Maëlle est...
Maëlle a prêté le même serment.
Je le sais bien.
Elle a choisi sa vie. Toi et moi... Allez, on a toujours dit que l'avenir de Lumière était plus important que
la vie de qui que ce soit.
Oui, est-ce que tu y crois encore? Est-ce que tu y crois encore? Réponds-moi.
Je l'espère, oui.
J'emmerde la mission. Sérieux?
Désolé.
Yeah, that's an interesting note. Do foreign language voice actors get nominated at English award shows very often? At all? I would assume that they probably have their own award ceremonies. Possibly. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Because there's a lot of games. There's a lot of games with really, really good voice actors from other countries. But yeah, they never get nominated at the Video Game Awards. I wonder if there's something written about that. I would assume it would probably become too overwhelming, especially since you have some games with so many, that I could see that it might be a situation where it's the primary actors listed for any particular game. I would say well, there's the VGAs, which is the American one, and there's the BAFTAs, Video Game Awards. I'd say the BAFTA Video Game Awards gets just as much, if not more. Reception. That's funny. Just looking this up, apparently the motion capture artist behind Gustav believes there should be a best character category. Which, to be fair, that would be an interesting alternative. Because if you could do a best character category, then all performers could be a part of that acceptance. Voice actor, motion performer, possibly the other voice actors, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because not all voice actors are equal. There are some games where the voice actors are noticeably worse in certain languages. Konatsu Kato won for her performance in Silent Hill. So BAFTA has given it to non-English. But that would be like one of those times where I'm like, is that character and performance considered the main performance behind the game? And maybe that's really what it comes down to. So BAFTA has had an exception. That was just recently. Well, being a part of the best character would be better than nothing at all, which is what it was. Obviously, that would still be better. I don't know. Does France have a video game awards? Pegasus honors the video game industry, so they do. So let's see, when is that held? So it's possible maybe something like that would have do they honor actors? Let's see. They have best character. So oddly enough, they might not have voice acting at the French Video Game Awards. I think they actually do that. They do best character. No, but I mean, if that, like I said, I don't know what the criteria is at the VGAs or the BAFTAs. Clearly, the BAFTA does not have a criteria for English-speaking performances, since they did award a best performance for Silent Hill. But it's relevant. I mean, I don't know. Does the VGA have a criteria for English performers only? They might. I have no idea. I'd have to look back and see what other performances won at the VGAs. But you do have a point where you're now having to... You can't have it become oversaturated. There are lots and lots of games with multiple voice acting across multiple languages for every single game. You would have to balance it out. You would have to have a separate category. More than likely, you'd have to have a separate category. Like, you can't have, you know, 2 Gustavs and 2 Lunes under the same categories. You start running out of space. You would probably end up, more than likely, if you were going to have a shared space between those voice actors, you would have to have...
J'espère qu'on peut lui faire confiance.
Wait, what?
Au moins, on va pouvoir améliorer nos pictos.
What? What is he doing here? What is he doing here? Yeah, I don't know. It would end up probably coming down to where they would end up having to pick one over the other. Well, it would be. It probably would be in France. Don't diss France's video game awards. That's not cool, man. They're just as important. I can't say for certain. I don't like Lune's voice actor in French as much as the English one. Gustav and Mael's have been pretty solid, but I need to listen to them more. I'm very curious what Monoko's is going to sound like. Ciel, I'm not really sure. We've only heard her making side comments in the main game, and then we had that brief conversation with her at the camp. Yep. Just the one record we picked up. No more.
Le continent.
Oui.
Bonne nuit, Gustave.
I mean, it's been pretty solid. But Jennifer's voice acting performance was pretty freaking great. Who won? Who won best performances at the VGAs? I see. Are you thinking that the French voice actress should have won over Jennifer? You might end up having some people try to fight you on that. Do they only have one category at the VGAs? And so 3 of them were Claire Obscure. Ben Starr, Charlie Cox, and Jennifer English. They should. They should have included the French ones. In fact, screw all the other games. Get Troy Baker out of there. Konatsu Kato, get her out of there. Just have the entire category be nothing but Claire Obscure actors. You'd have to have a subcategory. You'd have to do that. They could easily do that. They could do best performances from like a foreign voice acting and include any games that want to. That would probably be the easiest solution if the VGAs wanted to do it. I keep calling them the VGAs. They're not the VGAs anymore, are they? They're just the GAs, the TGAs. The Game Awards. Yeah, if they were gonna... it would make sense, especially since they only have one category for best performance. I know that there's, like, contention, like, with the Oscars, too, that they should just have a best actor. But the nice thing about having a best actress and a best actor category is that it allows a greater opportunity to give out more awards. So I kind of wish that the Video Game Awards had that. The Game Awards had that. But yeah, as far as, like, other language performances go on other Pro Bowl games, that would probably be the easiest solution, is just to have a separate category. A best non-English performer category. It'd be super weird if both Maels won. But that'd be kind of fun. That'd be fun.
Pour ceux qui viendront après.
I don't know. Would it be rare? If you had good casting directors for any particular game, with a good story and good direction behind it, I could easily see one game giving the award across both categories. Alright, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. I want to do Flying Waters. I want to go find Mael. But maybe we should save it.
On peut s'en servir.
It feels like we're doing the exact same thing as we did on our first playthrough. We did Spring Meadows. We did the prologue and we did Spring Meadows. I guess the only difference is that we came out and we killed the Abest over there. Did we camp right after we came to the open world? I don't think so. I think as soon as we entered the open world, we stopped last time. And then we started on the open world on the next stream. Well, write them a letter, music. Write them a letter and tell them to create a new category.
Éléments, convergez! Que l'on s'y trouve.
Milo bailed out. He must have gotten too hot having both his sisters right here. Instead, he's just moved over to the right. He's just laying down over here now. He's like, it's fine. It's fine. They can have the lap. I'm gonna move over here.
Une tempête approche. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Yeah, we just got that.
On peut s'en servir.
Bumped it up one level. Alright, well, as much as I want to keep playing, it probably doesn't make sense to try to do all Flying Waters. How long will Flying Waters take? Probably at least... I don't know. Am I being pessimistic when I say it would take at least 2 hours? I don't remember. I remember it taking a while the first time around. So maybe we'll save Flying Waters for the next one. Maybe we can knock out Flying Waters in the Gestural area on the next stream. So maybe we'll call it here. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to get up, though. Even if we call the stream here. I think I'm just going to do some work. And then, I don't know, we might come back to continue this tomorrow. Now that I've started playing it, I kind of want to keep playing it. I know we said that we were going to start Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Shoot, man, but now I want to keep playing this. I don't know if I want to stop playing this. I guess we're going to see. We're going to see. Alright. Alright, so we're going to call it here. Call it here. Second playthrough, officially underway. French playthrough. Yeah, so far so good. They've been pretty good. There's been some audio mixing that I feel like is a little bit of a standing out, and it makes me wonder if they had somebody else not only directing, but also audio mixing for the French voiceovers. But the voice acting's been pretty solid so far, even from like the normal people that we didn't get to see very much of in the beginning. It's all been pretty solid. I can't say for sure just yet whether or not I think Gustav or Mael are better, but they're good. Lune, I probably will go ahead and say I like Lune's English voice actor better. I do like her voice actor better. CL, we're going to have to wait and see. I know we talked to her a bunch. We both talked to Lune a bunch. We talked to CL. Not a bunch, but, you know, we talked to them. We got to hear it a little bit. But I want to wait and see when we actually get her back into the main story. I'm very curious to hear Verso's. We haven't heard Renoir's yet either, have we? He just kind of walks up and causes chaos at the beginning, doesn't he? So yeah, we still have a bunch of actors to see. Monoko, I'm super curious to see how he sounds as well. As far as New Game Plus goes, I do like that they're all... I do like that they're hitting a lot harder. That's definitely a thing. And that was the thing that we were commenting on towards the end, because we didn't have an option to modify how hard the enemies hit. We were able to make them tougher. We were able to make them have more health. We were able to cap our damage. But we weren't able to make them do more damage. So that's at least really nice. I like seeing that if we miss, if we're messing up on the parries, we're going to take hits. We're going to die easily. And that is, I think, is what's going to keep us ahead here. Should we buff them more on health? Right now we have them buffed a little bit on health, but I don't know whether or not we should turn that back off or keep it where it is. I don't know if that's going to, like, cause a pain in the ass once we start getting to later bosses who already have a lot of health. Surely there more than just damage is increased for, like, expert and New Game Plus, right? They must have more health too, right? I'm assuming so. So yeah, we've expanded their health a little bit. But yeah, the question is, do we keep it there or do we take it off? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. But we're calling it here. Music. Thank you for stopping in, Subject, if you're watching this at a later time. I guess I'll see you guys, like I said, maybe tomorrow. Just depends on how I'm feeling. Maybe tomorrow. But thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't yet already, I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. If you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. Phantom, don't stay up too late. We'll catch you tomorrow as well. You'll have to let me know, Phantom, which one. We were thinking about either doing Baldur's Gate 3 or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But I think I might be leaning towards Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 first, just because of the length. I know Kingdom Come's, at least the first one, was a fairly long game, but I have a feeling Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be way, way longer. I think that's the main reason I'm leaning towards Kingdom Come. Alright, until tomorrow, everybody sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed, and I hope to see you then. Good night, and goodbye.